If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You help me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you.
This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
I love kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
Generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion out of $1.4 billion. Excuse me, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
You're a damn liar, man. That's not true. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
And by the way, it cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Hello, we're back. How are you all doing? Sorry for my... Well, no, I guess I streamed on Thursday, but I didn't stream that much. Sorry for being sort of absent last week. I had to lock in, but I think I'm like pretty much back. Hold on, my focus is being tricky. We have plenty to talk about. Somali High. This is I do support. The Somalis are indigenous to Minnesota. Uncritical support. That has been the thing I've been enjoying. I cleaned a mirror today. I might be gay. It's entirely possible. I've been enjoying how good of posters Somalis are. And the fact that, like, you know, they're doing the thing of, like, pretending to be Israeli. But, like, for Minnesota. And, like, there are Republicans in their replies who, like, think they are completely and fully 100% serious. Incredible posters. A nation of incredible posters.
Brown bear?
It's delicious. Thank you. Is there anyone else who subscribed? Einsteinium, thank you. Do you guys know that they almost made, because there was there was some Italian, I'm blanking on the name, which is embarrassing. My Jeopardy skills are so awful. Italian in the 20s who found an element, and Mussolini wanted to call it like fascism or something, like have fasce be like a root word in it. And that would have been, was it Fermi? I think it was probably Fermi. Which is so cool because like that would have been the Hitler particle, right? Like it would have been real, the real Hitler particle, the literal Hitler particles. Mussolinium, was that it? Speaking of that, the Son of the Century thing is so fucking good. Do they turn Niagara Falls off at night? What has to rest? She's EP. She's EP. Mussolinium is a fictional liquid element atomic symbol named after Italian dictator. It was Neptunium was going to be Mussolinium. 6, 7. It does make sense. I assume they can take it, turn it off. Hence, sure, human beings have control over water, don't we? Like that's we have that amount of power. I think. I hope so. Falling is a lot of energy. It's true. Because afterwards they have to go up and down again. I think that's how that works. Of course, I'm going skiing. What's the limousine league? Because yeah, I haven't been paying too much attention. There's a streamer award stuff too, which is like, again, just all of it I'm watching. I'm like, I do not want to be a part of this. I'm glad that I'm not. It's because the thing about streamers as a group is that it's like you have the narcissism and the attention seeking and the histrionic kind of behavior, but then like you of like kind of show business people, good next year, thank you, but then you don't have the like good in a room, like good working a room of people sort of skills, which you have for like Hollywood people. And so when you get these like physical of like some of them are good. Speed is someone I think is good at, like, I mean, he does lots of like, it's not even just IRL streams, but like interacting with people. Same with like Kai Cenat, feels like an actual entertainer. Although even like you put Kai Cenat in a room with like Kevin Hart and you can see the difference. Like I do, Kevin Hart is whatever, but he's like a in-person entertainer, and you can see like there are levels, and like most streamers know how to act to their chat. Small, that's exactly what I meant. Is that he's tiny? Yeah. I love Peach. Peach Stars is cool. Peach Stars is a real one. The Biden count is how many Bidens exist. If I am merciful, I will conjure up a Biden into existence, but currently there are no Bidens at all. FBI making list of American extremists. Oh. We can read more of this later in the stream, but that's not good.
I am gay!
Mine go downer, thank you. At least 3 Bidens. I think, no, Jerma, you're right. The Dollhouse stream was like really good. That makes sense. But yeah, like what is the lady, was it FanFan or whatever? She was like the host. She had to like riff with people and it like didn't really work very well. Because it's really fucking hard to work a floor. It was working the floor. That's a very difficult job to have. You have to be very quick. And yeah, it seemed like it wasn't going very well. Yeah, and there's like production issues. Has anyone stream been full anti post? It's because you started interacting with them, and then you get a bunch of them. That's how the algorithm works. If you're on the For You. Was she making racist jokes? Was there stuff about that too? There was a drama about her saying that Kai Cenat looks like P. Diddy or something. Was that it? Hassan did not shock his dog. As far as I'm aware, I know people who have been in that house. I mean, you guys know who Chelsea Manning is. And like been around the dog, and there's not a shock collar. Yeah, no, it is an unfortunate looking clip. The clip looks like it's like you could see why someone would come to that conclusion. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's not true. It was broadly spread by people who don't like his position on Israel. It's very like, this is like how the Huey Farms kind of group works. That sort of way of slandering someone is that like you just throw a bunch of shit at them and you see which one works. Like this one worked. You know what's really news? JD Vance brought it up. It was brought up by JD Vance, bro. Yeah, no, it was a big but yeah, anyways, it was very silly. Not that like Hassan especially needs defending, like he'll be fine. Hassan will be fine. But yeah, what was the other stuff with the Stream Awards? The crazy thing, I swear to God, like the SK stuff, which like I don't think like someone was blaming it on the FaZe group. You guys see that clip? It was crazy. Because it was like Cutie Cinderella's asking FaZe guy, like, name 5 women. And in the background, you can hear someone in the crowd say, not SK, who's like a trans woman streamer. Yeah, like there was a tweet that was blaming the FaZe Clan, because it was like she asked FaZe Clan people, but it seems like there was no proof that it seems like someone said that, I guess. So like that tweet, they deleted it or whatever. But yeah, it's not a good streamer culture. It's funny because it's not even streamer culture. It's like very specifically LA streamer culture that like a lot of that sphere is kind of. The lady running on the stage was that one. Okay, that one I just found funny because it was sad. She tried to do the Kanye like Beyonce had the best video of all time. Or one of the best videos of all time. But it was about, again, people I do not know, because FaZe Adept, who's someone I'm sure I would probably recognize, because I feel like I've seen in clips. Okay. He got breakout streamer and then someone else didn't, and then she was like, no offense. And then that lady later was like, I need to, and she was like stumbling too on her words. Yeah, see, that's like the streamer thing, right? Because it's like you're not actually, that is why a streamer award as a concept is like not especially ideal, or in terms of like you won't get the people performing the way that you would expect them to. And you know, like pot me kettle here, like I'm not gonna pretend like the thing I'm most comfortable with isn't obviously just like, because you do it so much, right? It's like, well, there are 500 people technically listening to me, but like, well, it's something I'm used to. If I was in a room of 500 people and I could see them, it would be much more difficult for me to just like ramble. Because you're used to it. I mean, if you're in a room full of 500 people all the time, you're used to it. And streamers are just not, most of them are just not built for that. They don't develop, stare, go on, yeah. They don't develop that skill. But then later, the lady who was who went up and interrupted, she, like, now she's saying that she's like gonna quit alcohol and cigarettes, I think, and nicotine. That's her like her New Year's resolution or whatever. So I'm proud of her. Also a revelation of the fact that like there's streamer worlds on January 3rd. It's like the guy who's like gonna start NoFap in 15 days. Wish me luck. Yeah, that's always great. It never works when it's like, I'm gonna have 1 month where I just like go crazy. And it's DDG who's like, yes, that is like, he's a woman beater. Is that the, I think maybe the funniest was the Prezzo thing. This was killing me. I tweeted about this because it's so funny to me. I actually don't like, I honestly, I don't know what the FaZe Clan kids' deal are. Like, I'm not really sure. I honestly have no clue, like, what level of edge they are at. I can't say that I care, especially. Although it is interesting, like, okay, well, I'll just watch this.
All the people, like, who won an award, so we had to go down and we did an interview. Which, by the way, was a fucking awful interview.
Oh, it's all the
They asked us one question, and the question was, the interviewer said, I'm gay. How do you guys feel about that?
This is Prezzo. Yes, this was Prezzo.
Like, what? We just won Org of the Year, and that's you're gonna take us down to a room and say, I'm gay, how do you feel about that? That's your
goat
interview
goat.
after we just won back-to-back Org of the Years? What did you...
By the way, this is like how it works. Like, this is how you do, like, genuinely what like wokeness is as an entity. This is the type of shit you do. The way that wokeness works, and I'm like, wokeness is now solidified to mean something of a sort. And it relates to the cultural shaming of open conservative views or like bigoted far-right politics. If you could ever develop a coherent, I mean, obviously that word has just been taken from Black people and means something like so different. But like, it's through shit like this where it's like, well, I don't want to have to deal with stuff like that.
You say?
So I'm gonna cut out all the edgy shit.
I said, that's good, man. I'm happy for you.
Because this clearly actually affects him. Do you know what I mean? Like that actually, I mean, it seems like he's like upset about it. Another thing I was surprised about, because there was the FaZe people were accused of doing transphobia about SK, of like, oh, someone on the FaZe table said not SK. And I don't know, I can't find the clip of it, but he talked about it where he was like, he called those comments revolting and disgusting, like that sort of transfer, because they're like, oh, I didn't, I talked to the person who posted it, like, that clearly wasn't me, that wasn't us. I am surprised that like we're still there. I was honestly surprised at that reaction. Like, maybe it is coming, maybe work is coming back. Yeah, the streaming space has just gotten more reactionary as well. But like, you know what? It was never good. Like, there's a reason why, if you look at all the big streamers, like recently I feel like there's been an influx, especially there's been this kind of like progressive left streamer current, like getting back into streaming from like a while ago, because I streamed like, if you look at my streamer graph, I was streaming like a lot in like 2020, and like it was white guys, like you can see that there was like a culture, and I a lot of this for politics stuff I just blame Destiny basically. Like the Destiny debate culture was just completely intolerant to any minority group. Um, which is, I say this again, love, like, say what you will about Hassan, like, him being this hegemonic in politics streaming, like, produces people who, it's like, you're much more comfortable. But yeah, nonetheless, like, I think Kick has really changed, like Twitch is a bit more, maybe better with that, but then Kick is, like, produced, like, a really horrific kind of culture. That's different. That's new. It's more Aiden Ross coded than it is like the Destiny debate coded. Which means that there's like just different ecosystems, which makes these streamer awards like difficult to do. Yeah. Burn Peanut. Oh, he was banned on Twitch for saying F-slur. Kick is just a platform banned Twitch streamers. Kick is like, yeah, it's just the Wild West. It only exists because of gambling money. Like, streamers there get like 100% of their subscription money, I believe, because they just like, the gambling money's so fucking lucrative. Yeah, and it's like you can do whatever you want, basically. Stake is a gambling website that I believe is like attached at the hip to Kick, and then Kick is the streaming site, which doesn't just do gambling. Cutie realized how alienated her fan base is by friendship with FaZe. One of them straight up hateful to one of her friends at the show. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I still actually don't know, like, what is the level of FaZe homophobia? Is it just like sus jokes? So you can see that there is a really strong cultural reaction to Trump too, but it's like while Trump stuff is kind of a bit more ascendant, so you have this kind of like yeah, if it's just, yeah, I don't know. The way that people talked about FaZe, like, I would have expected it to be worse than that. Although I think there are some real chuds on FaZe though. Right, like it's an institution, they're more doing sus jokes, but then there were a couple who were like, oh, that guy's evil. Is that how it is? But like this like the Lacey guy, it's like sus. It's just sus stuff. Honestly, still it's crazy that FaZe is still going. Yeah, the R word's coming back again, unfortunately. Okay, the shit with Trump calling Tim Walz the R word, and then, like, did he just lose? Like, there was a Republican senator that was like, my daughter has Down syndrome, I'm never voting for anything Trump. I mean, not that it matters, the Senate, they're not getting anything done in the Senate. Apparently people are just shouting the R word, like they're like catcalling Walz. Like, the fact that that's become like a political, like, it's a culture war issue now, which really showed, like, the vulgar right is just completely ascendant fully. Like, they're not pretending. It's all the culture war issues. Indiana State Senator. Oh, it's for the Illinois redistricting. I see. It is vice signaling. That was like Nick Fuentes had a tweet about that, which I was going to talk about because I find it interesting. His relation to, it's like he was talking about like cruelty signaling or whatever. Let me find this. Here we go. Performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin. In order to compensate for his compromise and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness. It's really sad. Like Fuentes again, I've like people don't appreciate how smart of a figure he is. He has a certain shrewdness to that like I don't really see else like on the right except for him. Rhetorically it kind of reminds me of the Unabomber, where like the Unabomber, one of the reasons why people like you can get like anarchists who are like, he's stupid but cunning. That's probably a good way of putting it. That's a good way of putting it. I
am gay.
Tequila. Thank you for the 20 months. But sometimes I'm like, I read a username and it like doesn't have spaces in it, and I feel like slightly illiterate. I'm like, do I have? I can't remember what that. Am I dyslexic mildly? No, I think it's just ADHD. But the Unabomber, one of the things that he's like, one of the reasons why you get like anarchists who like him is because like he's good rhetorically on like finding certain inconsistencies with the right, even despite him obviously being like a right wing, obviously being a chud political theorist. He's good at finding a lot of the inconsistencies of the right and pointing them out. But that like, I mean, I think this is especially for Fuentes' sake, that like people know his bona fides, his far right bona fides, because he'll say like, you know, like he'll do the Z Kyle, like the salute, and say the N word, and you know, say that black people shouldn't be in prison, etc. So he's able to do these sort of rhetorical moves to make himself, to distinguish himself. And it gives you a lot of points, I think. It's, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Because, yeah, I mean, again, he's able to pivot onto, like, policy. No new wars, mass deportations, lower prices. None of that is happening. Which, like, I think I'm unhappy with the deportation rates. The discourse around Muslims was fascinating too, where he was like, there aren't that many Muslims, it's not a big deal. Someone had a joke about like Nick Fuentes, he hates Jews, he's fine with Muslims, he doesn't like the Orthodox Church, and he's like a clerical like Catholic fascist. It's just like, you're Croatian. Like, that's the Ustasha. Like, you are doing, what is it? What the tweet I saw, it was like Midwest Ustasha, Great Lakes Ustasha. At previous takes about liquidating brown food. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, like that's the back and forth. It's a very common thing among fascists. There's a rhetorical kind of slickness. You say what you want because it gives you power, and recognition, as opposed to like, the Son of the Century is, I'm not finished yet. I have like 2 episodes left. No spoilers. Don't tell me what happens about the Mussolini show. I don't want to know. But one thing that gets really good, like Mussolini was, a socialist originally. I didn't realize that Benito, he's named after the first indigenous president of Mexico, who was like a syndicalist, like anarchist. I can't remember. Benito Juarez, yeah, fascinating. But he breaks with the socialists on the war in 1914, selling war bonds. He sides. It's funny, people love doing this thing where they're like, people love doing this thing. What was I gonna say? How did I just unlock myself? Of like, oh, you know, Mussolini used to be a socialist. He's above the left. He's a part of the left, classic left. But like, he broke with the left to work with the liberals, bro. I don't know. Technically he was a liberal, you know. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Mussolini, he broke with the left. Fuck. What did I? I can't believe I got Stunlocked in such a very specific way that is like, I can't tell. It's like so much to name, and it's unlocked me, which is unrelated. It's like a person. Anyways, it's embarrassing. Oh yes, sorry. The scene with the about. Thank you, TK Sue Strike. That was what I was going to talk about. He still has these values of like the working. He's for the working class. He thinks the socialists are inept, but he wants something new. It's like the fascist impulse, as we call it, lowercase f fascist. Like it's there. He wants power for the sake of power. Then you realize, like, then I can't remember if this is a Parenti point that was interesting, where it's like people accuse socialists of demagoguery.
I am gay.
But it's like, what if you wanted power? Why would you attach yourself to the most powerless? Multiple boobs, thank you. Why would you attach yourself to the most powerless? And Mussolini realizes that when it's like, well, we can actually ally with the industrialists to break up the strikes and the socialist organizers. But like, I think it captures like it, and presumably, I don't know if he made this explicit anywhere, but the internal conflict that goes on there. Yeah, where it's like, where's that montage someone made? That's so good. All the robots, thank you. I saw someone posting it because of Starmer memes, because everyone loves doing like Starmer's of fashion, which is like also very funny. All the robots, thank you. So it's like he's being expelled from the...
Il fascismo è il dominio della forza.
Noi che abbiamo versato il sangue per la patria, noi oggi fondiamo i fasci di combattimento.
Italian is such a cool language.
Che voi diventerete fascisti. È la volontà di
It's so tough, isn't it? So
che
tough.
si impone sulla volontà di molti.
La democrazia
Sopravvive per mia gentile concessione. Per ora vedete di fare i bravi. Io sono come le bestie, sento il tempo che viene e non importa come il mio tempo è arrivato. Cosa importa se sono diventato
Why does it matter if I became the man I hated as a boy?
Io sono
I'm a consistent beast.
oggi nasce
Where he's like, I betrayed the workers, and later I betrayed myself, I betrayed the workers, and later I'll betray the
il
industrialists.
fascismo.
I betrayed everyone.
tradiscono con me stesso. Ha visto la luce.
The power exists literally for itself. It becomes this like, what does Deleuze say? Like the fascist is enamored by power, fundamentally first and foremost. Their politics are developed on an aesthetic surrounding power, for its own sake, and that reflects in their rhetoric, right? Like initially Mussolini is this, even like I wouldn't probably, anti-Catholic is probably the wrong word to use, where it's like pro-worker, anti-monarchical certainly, anti-industrialist, and then later it's like, well, it's convenient to ally with the Pope, with the King, with the industrialists, because he doesn't care. It doesn't matter. That's second to the point of power. I do. You know what? I saw the Nick Fuentes take on this show is that he turned it off after. If you didn't know, in English, the guy turns to the camera because there's a lot of that. It's a lot of like it's Fleabag coded where he's looking in the camera and only you can see, and he says "Make America Great Again" in English, and then he gives it a thumbs up. And I do agree that that's a little like gauche. It was a little on the nose. It's like fascist Fleabag. But it was interesting, the fact that like the Fuentes types don't like it, or that he doesn't like it, is like, one, surprising to me, but two, maybe indicates that it does have something to say about fascism, even using this medium. Because the visual medium, especially like how we're acclimatized to it, like it's like watching a sports team. You root for the person you see on the screen, and this is how it works in the show. Like, you see the tense. There's a tense thing of like, oh, are the socialists when the fascists lost in the election in 1919, Someone was saying this like literally happened, which is awesome. They like held a funeral for Mussolini and like paraded a fake like a coffin around, and like they come and try to like harm him and he's running away. And like you're supposed to root for him. That's the structure of the film, the medium. It's like, oh no, this is our character that we've projected onto that you're trying to understand. In a way that like the written form is far less conducive to this, I think. And other storytelling mediums are far less conducive to this. I just haven't used Letterboxd. I don't know. I don't know what to say about film. I don't know what to say about it. Except I can like thinking purely in the philosophical. I just don't have any. Maybe that's the thing of like the people who are overly technical. I don't think so, because I know like with like literary criticism, like a lot of it is concrete. You focus in on the concrete. They use this word, it had this effect, and I can't. I'm fine. I can do that sort of thing with like poetry, with prose, but I can't do it with film. I just don't. It had an effect. I know it had this effect on me. I don't know why. A book? Yeah, sure. No guarantees that I'll read it, but I'm a snob. It's true. Although this is more, I would like to be better at it. I'm just like not very experienced. But it's fascinating. Despite that, like the film, the show wants you to be a fascist in a certain sense. It wants you to kind of feel the point of fascism. It's intoxicating. You can just link it in the chat. The intoxicating nature. There's also an interesting like the self-renouncing that like the fascists become someone for an agent of power for the sake of power, not even for the sake of their own enjoyment. Like the enjoyment is the ability to gain more power. It's not like what you get from power. Is it on Zizek? He said Project Zizek. What language is this? Yeah, it's something Germanic. Narcissism as a form of government, exactly. And as Adorno writes, television is psychoanalysis in reverse. I guess that's Dutch, yeah. You don't hate Zizek enough. That's a truth nuke that I realized way too late. Sure, this is interesting. Thank you. I will maybe take a look. I'm reading Olivia Nuzzi's book this week because I'm going to do a book report on it for QAA. It's a joke title. I assumed so. I don't get the reference. Zizek. Oh. Zizek was always kind of evil. Nuzzy Lizzie Nuzzy. Because the writing, Olivia Nuzzi, it's so fucking bad. Felix said it right, which is, it's like Noseguard, but like the complete opposite of Noseguard. Insofar as it, like with Noseguard, his writing is so interesting because like the point is that the thing he's writing about isn't interesting, and like it gives you a good what's a good way of putting it? It puts the uninteresting nature of it shines a light into how incredibly uninteresting most of our lives are. Most of the experience in our life, even something that means something to you, is not particularly profound. Which it's like really hard to make that interesting. Make that but with Nuzzy, it's like the opposite. It's like this isn't interesting, but I feel something significant, and I'm going to follow that significance. It feels significant, so it must be. This must just be like it says a lot about society. when it's like this is not a particularly profound moment, and there isn't particularly much to be learned from it. But yeah, I mean, it's really just like they should like, this lady clearly needs like an editor. Do you know what I mean? And she did not have that for this book. The felching, is felching, what is felch? Is felching something I don't want to know? Is like one of the is it like a gross sex thing? Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Don't bother. Zizek will be the last ever philosopher to become a big personality. I agree with that. I don't ever is a bit dramatic, but like probably for the most part. And yeah, it's just like it's because he's quirky. Yes, no, I agree. The mainstream type, it's like the new mainstream philosopher is Moldbug. You know what I mean? He's just like a moron. Like it's like it's like how fascism had a philosophy to it. There was a manifest. Is it a manifesto? Is produced by that national syndicalist, and then the other guy is around Fiume, and then it just has nothing to do with how fascism actually manifested itself, because it was just, you don't need it, right? It's like there's this attempt to legitimize it intellectually afterwards. Would it just serves the purpose? Was it D'Annunzio? Oh, okay. Did he write the okay? And then there's that syndicalist. Yeah. Fiume is a fascinating phenomenon, because the thing you see with Fiume is that like the fascists are taking as much from socialists as they are from liberals, really. Right? It's like free emancipation for all, and like universal suffrage, but for like women as well. Hellenic Fuentes is a great thing. That's the thing, is like again, there's no it's just takes. That's what politics is now. You don't develop a philosophy. You don't develop like a structure to understand the world. It's just like, what do you think about this? How does this thing make you feel in this given moment? Which lends itself to fascism really well, because it's like that's all they fucking care about, right? That is all your opinion on, like, the funniest with Mussolini is like after the Italian Social Republic. So they arrest him after the king dejects him or whatever, and they switch sides in the war, and then the SS like has a rescue mission and creates an Italian puppet state. And at that point, Mussolini tries to, like, in his writing, he switches to this, like, we're going to bring it back. We're going to do fascism the old way. It's anti-monarchical. We're anti-papist. And it's just purely based on this ideas and what is most convenient to him. That's just everyone. That's all discourse is now. That's all discussion is. You can't be asked to like form a structural analysis that is consistent over time. I do think that's why like predictions are a big thing. People love making predictions and being right or wrong. Like outside, like it's like betting with social capital. An ideal that I used to stand for, but have stand for less, admittedly, recently, is that it's like, what does it feel like said? Like, there's no reason you don't get anything for being right about a prediction. I didn't get anything for the what's the guy not being a Pepe or whatever, the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, obviously not being a Pepe. I didn't get any, like, people just still think he's a Pepe. They're just like, well, you're like a Fed or whatever for You get nothing from being right too early. Yeah. But it's like the kind of concomitant practice. Like it makes sense that everyone is loves making predictions. Given how popular prediction betting markets are, it's like you get to do that. But instead of with money, it's with social capital. Yeah, the Bella Ciao is actually a chud coded song. It's like, what are we? It's just not worth. It's not worth it. As it turns out, it's not worth thinking about. First successful leftist psyop that people think is weird, because people think he's a groifer. They really do think he's a groifer, which is crazy. Yeah, the Spotify playlist that was a groiper playlist that had like 20 followers, that had a remix of Bella Ciao, was like influence that it was, proof that it was like groiper culture. Yeah, you really don't get anything. There's really no fucking reason. The U5 patch, I haven't been paying too much attention to it. It's kind of rough. It's been a little bit rough. I'm gonna wait till I got like 50 hours in. I'm gonna wait a bit to see what they do for it to settle down a bit more. There's nothing wrong with Bella Ciao. People were saying that it was a chud coded, a right wing coded song, which it most certainly is not. No, it's a great song. I would never. Thank you. I would not imply otherwise. What else was going on? There's a bunch of stuff I just wanted to talk about, but then I couldn't remember. So yeah, streamer awards. I guess what do you expect? Obviously it doesn't sound like a thing that I would particularly enjoy to watch or see happen. Streamer culture is getting a particularly more. Did I win any? Well, I don't think I was nominated for anything as far as I'm aware. I think it's like I have to get you guys to go and vote, and I've certainly not done that. I don't think my listener base is that connected to that specific like LA streamer. I guess I mean Hassan, like I get a lot of Hassan crossover, I guess. But it doesn't seem like some of the people nominated, I'm like, they get like as many viewers as me. Presumably, maybe I'm not big enough. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't especially want to be. I voted for you. Is that actually true? Hassan loves mentioning Liv. That's so true. Many are saying this. Many are saying Hassan sees like a take and he's like, I don't have an opinion on that yet. LivAgar hasn't made a video. That is actually true? Oh, okay. Because he's posting LivAgar. You did nominate me? Well, thank you. Tricks stick together. That's true. I cannot imagine wanting to go to one of those though. The real crossover is the NL base. That's true. Well, yeah, I mean, surely if NL isn't mentioned on any of those, then it is like a really specific like audience. Yeah, I just don't. NL is bald. It's true. Get his ass. He was nominated. Okay. I just don't like streamer culture. I think it's really bad. There are some people where I'm like, oh, you were cool, interpersonally speaking. Maybe that's not. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think. Is there anyone who's like, I just love where streaming is going? I don't like networking with streamers. I mean, it's the problem. Not especially. I don't know. Should go on Fortnite fight. I'm a fat fucking shud. Streaming is cringe. Streamers are cringe. Including me, obviously. I want to be a professor at Streaming University. I can teach the course on dialectics. I do it for the love of the game. Speaking of, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you can use on me. You know what was crazy? I was looking at live stream fail as that's like my morning paper is r/live stream fail. I did get the good split. Yes, I got the 70-30. We love to see it. Thank you everyone for subscribing. It's much appreciated. And like they hate iDubbbz now. I can't say that I was actually following the iDubbbz dramas because I know he apologized and I found like I remember hearing that it was like pretty good. Relative, I mean he's not apologizing to me, so it's not really up to me, I guess. Well, a little. I mean maybe a little bit. I think it was more the racism stuff that's like iDubbbz has had an influence on in the past like decade or maybe a decade ago. But yeah, he was like, he didn't like Ethan Klein. He made a content comment Ethan Klein, and it had like, did it have like Hassan and like Frogan and stuff in it? So now like the Destiny people hate him, who love Israel. But then there was a clip of him on, because he's like streaming now, and he was doing the thing that I was doing of like, please, can we get up to 300 concurrent subscribers? He's more Hassan aligned. I think so. But that was odd to say. I don't know. It's such a cruel subreddit now. I can't believe it has I mean, I guess it has the reach it is because people are obsessed with Hassan. And it's kind of just like like the audience base has kind of changed. Because I remember like, I swear to God, it did actually used to have actual live stream fails. Like Quinn69 comments on Hassan owning the meme. It's like, who gives a fuck? Yes, it was like, was it hijacked by Destiny people? Speed won Streamer of the Year. That's good. I hope he did. He deserves it. Apparently, according to this, he won Streamer of the Year. I'm happy for him. Yeah. That's the fun speed fight. Did you know he dated a trans woman? The Bye Bye Israel clip is so fucking funny. The Bye Bye Israel thing is so funny. Yeah, he just like bombs, yeah, Saudi Arabia. It's just like, just vaguely the Middle East. Did you guys know the Vosh lore is the original reason he got banned on Twitch like 5 years ago was for saying like they should nuke Tel Aviv? Like hit him with a perma. That's a real throwback. Which, like, I mean, you know, it's clearly a hyper. Because if you think about the logistics of that, it's like, well, like, wouldn't that would make all of the area. I mean, obviously, he's being, you know. I saw this too. Dakota Johnson, slightly related because we're talking about the region.
You know, in the States, it feels really grim. And even even in the less than 24 hours that I've been here.
The here is Saudi
I
Arabia.
have a renewed faith in cinema. That's amazing to hear.
Oh man. That is like the normalization there is so unfortunate. I mean, Dubai I think is doing a lot better. Yeah, and renewed faith in Allah. Because Dubai is doing a lot better job at that, I think. Someone said that the point of the Dubai chocolate thing, I'm sure this is not true, but it's a very funny concept. Is like there were stories about like influencers going there and like getting pooped on by like rich Dubai comprador like oil aristocrats, and like people were calling that Dubai chocolate, and then they made Dubai chocolate as the. I'm sure that's not actually true, but it's a very funny concept. The stories were true, I'm sure. Oh, they did the pooping. Oh, okay. But there was pooping happening. Right. But it was... Those types of conspiracies I find very funny. Because it's like, yes, we must create this like horrific, stupid trend. That it's like an industry that comes out of our country specifically for like SEO, like maximization. But yeah, I mean, Dubai seems to have a better, because like Saudi Arabia kind of did 9/11 a little bit, and then also the Jamal Khashoggi thing. Obviously, like Dubai, people don't know what that is. They don't know what country Dubai is in. Do you know what I mean? So it must be a lot easier to get. I assume they have less money than the Saudis though. UAE also straight up evil, absolutely. What was that friend, the mutual who like tweeted something while they were in Saudi Arabia where they were like, does anyone remember this? I'll describe it like poorly and surely someone will remember and give me a better, of like, he was in like Gulf Arab state, and he was like, I understand why Allah sent Muhammad here. Like you people cannot behave. And that like it was a crisis for him. He had to like flee the country. Like it was a viral tweet. Does anyone remember that? Yeah, I can't remember who. Obviously, he's also like Muslim. Anyway, yeah, it's disturbing. You know who took a Saudi Arabia check that I'm like depressed about is Kate was in Saudi Arabia performing for some like Saudi music festival, and I was like, oh my god. He did that like a week after I saw him in Vancouver. Bill Burr doesn't surprise me. I don't give a fuck. I the coolest Canadian, yeah. It's Jover. Bill Burr doesn't surprise me. Bill Burr has always sucked. I'm sorry. Comics always suck. Like a comic has to especially prove that they don't suck for you to think that they don't suck. Especially like every man tells it like it is genre is like it's gonna make you evil. They want it to be the new Carlin, yeah. Carlin and his consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Not even necessarily because of Carlin, but because of like all of the people who want to like do his shtick. What is that? It's the Stavros joke of like, there are all these comics who are like, comics are the modern day philosophers, and it's like, I'm pretty sure philosophers are the modern day philosophers. I'm pretty sure they didn't go away. Pretty sure they're still doing that. This was also like, what year is it moment of its like German military modernization, which is not creating a draft, but it's creating a larger volunteer army and increased funding, because Europe is trying to like, and the SPD voted for it. I mean, what year is it, bro? This one is so funny though, because it's like, it's the opposite, where it's like the opposition is from, it's the left and the far right. Is like the main opposition is from the AfD. It creates a backdoor for a draft. Okay, thank you. Yeah, what year is it, bro? Yeah, welcome back, 1915, 1914. The SPD are the most evil institution. The things that the SPD have done to us, we would have communism. If the SPD didn't exist, we would have communism right now. That's my sincere belief. It would have happened. They make great toasters. I have heard that they do have toasters, and it prints the logo on it. We would all be a communist brunch, genuinely. No, yeah, Nick Mullen is like friends with Sam Hyde. Absolutely. Yeah, he was being chummy with Sam Hyde, absolutely. I mean, again, it's like comics, you shouldn't believe that they're like, they're only good if they can somehow prove that they're like, lack of evidence is not enough. I don't think Nick Mullen is doing anything. It is really funny that the Adam Friedland show did become like an Adam Friedland talk show that he like is mainly front facing. He's like the only front facing person for. That's goated. And he's like, yeah, getting on like Mamdani. If you were to beam that back to like the 2017 Cumtown audience, it would be so funny. Alec Baldwin, yeah. I think we talked a bit about the Your Party conference drama. I honestly don't know too much of the specifics, but it is like such a shit show. It's such a shit show, dude. Oh my god. They did like, no one there is good at doing politics. And they're trying to get back to like basically like the labor socialist roots. My party conference, the fact that they're staying with fucking Your Party, dude. It's so embarrassing. It's so like, it's such a bad party name. Why would you call it Your Party? Why would you like, we're in like the me phase. My party. Someone needs to make a My Party. That's like the fascist, like, opposite world. It's like calling it the Wii U. Yeah. Whose party is it? Who are we talking about? My party doesn't want to do that. I party. Your party's on first. It's so clearly a horrible name. And then, you know, the Greens, like, did you see that clip of the Green Party leader where he's like, of course we need immigration. Like, I don't want to have to wipe the ass of other Britons. Like, we need brown people to wipe our asses. Of course we need immigration. Which is like the Democrat, like, it's such a bleak, like, Overton window. And it's also just like, Kelly Osbourne, yes, it's fucking the Kelly Osbourne take. It's like, that's like the wokest you can get in Britain. It is an Israel party name, absolutely.
I am gay.
FaceTime Wonder, thank you. Everybody party. Everybody transgender, everybody party. It's your party. Only good can happen. It can only good happen. It's a poor choice of words and disregard for people. But like, what else would it mean though? Like the point is that it's like we need them to do the shitty jobs, or like, isn't that the meaning of it? Am I like misinterpreting? Because it's like, what's especially bad wording, but the underlying point is like, well, yeah, we need cheap labor to keep the economy going. The Donald Trump take on immigration. The Elon Musk take on immigration, I guess. What is...
Excuse me?
Yes.
You live in apartment 37A, right? I watch you go in your room every single day.
Okay.
No, wait. I didn't mean it like that.
Sorry, I can't believe I didn't see that coming. I cannot believe I did not see that coming.
What are you doing?
Hey, what can I say? Your beauty's like a magnet. I'm stuck to you.
Thank you.
You stay in apartment 37A, right? How about you go get ready real quick? Let's go see a movie on me.
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This is... I love how they keep it really close to his face, too.
What can I say?
Like, it's like... What can I
Your
say?
beauty's like a magnet. I'm stuck to you.
Thank you.
Thank
You stay in
you.
apartment 37A, right? How about you go get ready
I'm always saying that. How come you...
real quick?
Oh,
Let's go see a
yeah.
movie on me.
Okay, I'll go get ready.
Bet. I'll be waiting downstairs.
This is like a great like semen retention thing. You can see this, like, and these guys like do exist apparently. I was talking about this before, like the semen retention subreddit. Like they genuinely think they get like, or like one of the guys, I think I showed you guys this. He was posting like, women will graze my hand when I'm on the bus, and like it's because they can tell my aura is that I'm porn free now. I'm doing film criticism right now. Oh, you're right. Oh shit. Okay, fuck. Prepared for 3 a.m. You're right. I am doing film criticism right now. Wow. It's so easy.
I'm stuck to you.
It just comes to me naturally. Wow. It makes you think. The guy on fibromyalgia subreddit said it cured his autoimmune issues. Yeah, porn addiction is such a fascinating discourse. Because it's like so obviously not an addiction. Like there are maybe some really small use cases, or edge case is maybe not the right term to use. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe that is like something that's kind of similar to... Sorry. Where it's like maybe that's similar, where it's just a guy who's just like jerking off for like 5 hours a day. But for the most part, when people feel bad about porn use, it's because it's just like cheap dopamine. It's more like when people kind of stress eat is maybe a better comparison. Like honestly, maybe some sort of like, if you want to think analogically, maybe certain types of eating disorders would be more similar. Because like the issue is, it's like I have to do a thing that's stressful, and then I need this as a comfort thing, and then especially it's like, well, because there are plenty of people who like jerk off regularly for comfort and are like fine, but it's the people who feel guilty about it, which is why like people who are religious are way more likely to say that they're addicted to porn. So it's like you have this like bad coping mechanism, emotional regulation system, and then the emotional regulation system makes you guilty about the thing you're doing, which like is dysfunctional. Now, I would say that the solution to that generally is like you shouldn't be guilty about it, is to remove the guilt around it. But again, if you're like, or like, yeah, you're like, you have homosexual sexual desires, and you're like, well, it gives you a rush to like specifically watch those sort of things, and you feel guilty about it, or like you feel that it's a sin. Again, it's like, well, I mean, I guess that is connected to the feeling like it's a sin. That it like produces a really negative effect. It's a comfort activity. That's what I've been trying to like stop like scrolling as my comfort activity, and like find a better emotional regulation system. As people who grow up hyper religious, yeah, absolutely. It's why people talk about, like, if you go to the NoFap subreddit, which is a very fascinating thing, because it's basically like, NoFap is basically like an Alcoholics Anonymous place, but for people who are like, they should ban alcohol. Like, that's their takeaway. I mean, I know that I just am doing the analogy that I just said not to do. I said that is like silly, but their opinion is like, yeah, porn should not exist. Like, you shouldn't, not even be, oh, it's an exploited. It's like, you should just not be able to see naked women on the internet. Like, they should just not, you shouldn't be, and a lot of the times it is like, it's people who might like also do shitty thing. Like, I'm always so curious about like this discourse, for instance. I fapped to my teacher, "You'll never watch porn after how it corrupted me." It's like a discourse to project bad feelings on. It's like, well, that's not me. That's not my it's not project. Is that interjection? It's saying that it's this isn't a part of like who I am as a person. It's a deflection. Yeah, thank you. And it's like, well, if I wasn't watching porn, I wouldn't do stuff like this. I always wondered the extent. It's so hard to like measure that. It's hard to measure that sort of like. That's another thing that people like the very standard confessional kind of, because people love doing confessional stuff, like basically explaining their porn addiction on like the internet as if other people are doctors. Foucault really was right about the confessional model stuff, because it does read like it's like a church pew thing, but it's like also a medical discourse. But the really common one is just like, oh, you know, I got desensitized to like regular stuff, and then I went to trans, and then before you knew it, I was jerking off to like naked men. And the discourse there is literally like, it's not me that likes that. But I'm just desensitized, and so I need to use. I always wonder, like, the easiest response to that is literally just like, well, you kind of got bored of the other stuff, and this stuff goes against a lot of your moral values, and it excites you. But like, you're still into, like, you're still always into it. Although there is an interesting like gender divide. I'm sure I've mentioned all this on the stream before. That like when women watch porn, they're much more likely to not think that the things that they're watching have anything to do with their own desires. Like, that was the Cutie Cinderella I remember watching. I think it was her, was talking about porn where she's like, yeah, whatever I do, I only watch like lesbian stuff. But she's like, but I'm a straight woman. And like, women are much more likely to be able to be like, well, this is just something I'm like curious about. Whereas men, if they watch two men fucking, they're like, fuck, I'm gay. And that's bad. Because sexuality is complicated. You can find a body attractive, or you can find a visual attractive, but then like if you're put in the setting, you might not want it. Because I just don't believe. I think people are very reductive about what sexuality means. That it's like, well, you have this desire, and that makes you a certain thing. I actually don't think that that's necessarily true. I think it's more complicated than that. And like, desires are always relative to like the context, the very specific context you're in. You know, people are not attracted. You know, this is a good like Lacan style stupid quote of like, people are not attracted. No one is attracted to women. You are attracted to a woman, and another woman, and another woman, and you're attracted to a woman doing. You know, I think that that's true. And I think when we talk about like, we don't really think this way because of the discourse around sexuality that structures our lives, which is like, well, if you do this thing, it means that you're attracted to men and you're gay. Now I be kirking it and I'm fine. Fair enough. It's just desire is very complicated, and it's very based on your perception of yourself and how you place yourself in relation to another person. Desire is the desire of the other. We desire to be perceived by others in certain ways and to be placed in specific dynamics. It's why like the Blanchard AGP stuff is so stupid, the autogynephilia. Firstly, it's funny, like if you think about the Blanchard stuff, it presumes that bisexuality does not exist. Like if a trans woman who is attracted to women is also attracted to men, it's because they're picturing themselves as a woman and that's giving them arousal. The obvious point is that it's like anyone who is with another person is picturing themselves and getting arousal from it in some way. Like there is a relation there. It requires you're viewing yourself through their lens. That is the very fundamental component of sex, of any sort of erotic encounter. Gustavo Petro, I don't think so, but I'm sure it's relevant to what I'm talking about. Oh, is this the Colombian president? Okay, is this like a... Let's see. Is it a tweet? I thought this was a two things I've learned in life: not to go to bed with a woman for whom nothing is born in my heart, and not to buy sex when I'm still capable of seduction and poetry. You always have to combine sexuality with culture. That's what's called eroticism. This is the president of Colombia. That's so based. Now, if you manage to take your energy and that of the universe, I think that the translation isn't. Though through every cell of your partner, you achieve, I believe, the maximum vita possible. It is kind of the translation is kind of average Latin American politician. That's so funny. I also just think like a lot of men are much more likely to not understand eroticism. Because it's like when sex is much more based upon social accomplishment and achievement. Like you can see this with pickup culture stuff. The way they talk about sex, they're like disgusted by it. You know, it's like, oh, you have an engorged organ, and you're like, dude, it's terrible. And it's because it's a homosexual activity. It's for the approval of other men. The act itself is kind of irrelevant. Yeah. You just men are encouraged to think of things in more through that kind of lens, I think. Whereas like the erotic encounter is structured by a lot of things. This is a silly way of explaining it. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, it was like porn addiction. I don't know how I got into this. Yeah, the NoFap stuff is so funny. They're all like stoics. It's like Marcus Aurelius was telling you not to jerk off. Because of the video. The thinker was thinking about how he can jerk off less. It's not pronounced stoic? Certainly not. Yeah, which is the reason why the motivational poster stuff is a part of NoFap is just because it's just they have poor emotional regulation skills. And so instead of like doing their undergraduate work, and going to the gym or whatever, they jerk off instead. And you know, I don't know. There's much more interesting things to be said about like the pornographic, And how, I mean, the pornographic is also, it's a deeply not erotic medium. This is why all the, there's jokes about porn acting. It's because it's like, that's not the purpose. I think there's something, I mean, this is not a hot take, because I guess it is literally the thing that Plato said, functionally. It's a Platonic way of thinking of it. It's like, a part of the erotic is that you don't have access to something that you want. You cannot see. You cannot access. There's like a negation. And with porn, it's just you see everything immediately. There's no I think even like, yeah, corn acting is not that nice actually. Okay, we don't have to say corn. This is not TikTok. The TikTokification of everything, that I cannot believe someone got unalived. No, I mean literal corn makes you think. This isn't a beach, this is a bathtub. That's a classic. The classic is the like, let's just say I'm a special girl. That one, it's a bad word, and I don't like that it's coming back in. But that is an exception I will make, because that video is the funniest video I've seen in my life. I'm gonna deny that because I don't want that in my chat. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, but I do think. I don't know. I was thinking about this in relation to music. How like, I don't want to say music has become, I don't know what the process of this is historically, but like a lot more music consumption now is for the sake of producing like a psychological reaction in a person. It's like you have a gym, you see this with live shows, and I mean, it's one of the reasons I like a lot of live shows. You can see this with gym playlists. It's like, I want to induce a reaction in my, like, it's not about an aesthetic appreciation. It's like, I want to induce a reaction in myself that is objectively increases my, almost like a drug of some sort. Yeah, it's like for enjoyment. I think maybe that's like aesthetic appreciation compared to enjoyment. That's a good distinction there. Arguably an older usage of music. Well, that's an interesting way of thinking about it, though. Is like, is that the same as going to the club, though? If we think of like music in a religious or a spiritual context, is that like? I think that there's a bit more. Like it does have a functional and a practical usage, but there's still a lot more to it. There's still much more of a connection or an aesthetic appreciation, a relationship to nature that isn't just this purely kind of sterile. I think that is like maybe that's like a broader process that happens over time. It's that like the functional, practical, maybe even political usage of music, especially with industrial technology and capitalism, makes it a much more sterile action. Like there's the death of high and low culture, because now it's all just, everything is commodified. It's all mass culture. But yeah, I guess sea shanties are a good example of that always being the case. I don't think it's an access thing necessarily. I think it's like a specific dynamic that comes about with mass culture. I always try to not do the thing of like, technology gives us access to this thing, and because the thing is easier to do, you lose something. Like it's very, the very return to tradition. Like I'm trying to articulate why a lot of AI stuff is bad outside of that, because I feel like that is the place where I'm much more like, no, we shouldn't, like, actually Valerian Jihad, like yeah, large language models shouldn't exist. It's not, no thank you. I know that there's a way of saying, like, well, having a large language model, because now, like, we are getting to the point, unfortunately, where, like, the cat's out the bag. Like, even when the bubble pops and they're not spending $100 billion a second on these massive unprofitable data centers, that, like, you'll be able to actually power a language learning model on, like, your phone or something. You know, I think we are unfortunately getting to that point. In which case, like, as long as you have the fucking technology, as long as you have that amount of energy, and you have, like, the program, like, there's just gonna be I think that's how that's gonna work. I hope that I'm incorrect about that. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. I do think the obvious like answer for why that's not the case, and why, like, in a better society a language model wouldn't be a threat to popular culture, is, like, one, I think that everyone is too tired to actually think because they're working too much, and you are fed slop as, like, a form of emotional gratification on your off days, and that the, like, large language models supplement that of, like, well, we also don't have to think about writing, and then also, like, the one, there's the motivation in relation to university of academia, where, like, well, people don't want to be here, but they have to because they have to work, and they have to get a labor qualification, which is not transhistorical, is not a necessary component of society. And then two, like, the AI slop stuff, people don't appreciate, like, this is unfortunately, the pattern here has, like, contributed to a lot of, like, the absurdly large, like, horrifying like, South Asian, specifically, like, Indian racism, that, like, a lot of the AI slop comes from countries in the global south, because, like, you can earn, like, 20 cents a day or something posting a shit ton of that slop through, like, advertisements. And, like, if you live in Indonesia, like, that amount of, it's probably more than that but that amount of whatever measly, what would be a completely measly, not an income, not enough to live on amount here, is enough there. And so there was an economic incentive and economic motivation to flood the marketplace of ideas, the agora, you know, as Elon likes to call Twitter, with that sort of AI content. So it is, like, and also, I mean, that is the problem. Something I was thinking for recently, like, you forget, is, like, I mean, the concept of machine learning is really cool and, like, has a lot of uses. I feel like the discourse on this has, like, changed. It's like people kind of forget, like, where it's like everything, when you think of AI, you just think of ChatGPT or, like, the Stable Diffusion, you know, image generation. This is a silly question. The image generation is not large language models, right? That's a different technology. But the machine learn, like, yeah, the AI detects breast cancer stuff. It's like, that's not ChatGPT doing that, right? It's something, it's entirely different. That, like machine learning is useful for medicine. Like, it is like going to be integrated into medicine, and, like, for a lot of that's actually good. Like, that is, like, useful. Machine learning has been around for decades, but, like, my understanding is it's a lot. There's just so much more money in it in general now. Like, the recent strides are not just. I could be wrong with this. The recent strides are not just language, ChatGPT stuff, like large language models. Because in machine learning, yes, machine learning is, like, around for a very long time. That was the the chess engines that are the best use machine learning and have for a while. The academic work gets very. I remember having a conversation with someone in grad school in like 2019 who was doing like machine learning. That was very interesting. I was like, oh, it's like the thing where we played Dota 2 or whatever. Yeah, large language models, as I understand, it's a specific type of machine learning that is just a predictive algorithm. It just like, it looks at when one word happens, what is the next word that happens after that? It's literally just like, that's what it's giving you, is like, after this word that you put in, these are the words that come afterward. Like, afterwards. Which is why it doesn't do reinforcement. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I don't know how it works in specificity. It's a big Markov chain. Fancy autocomplete in a certain sense. Which is why you can't teach it things being right or not. Right? Like it just doesn't like think like that. I don't hate using the word think necessarily, because there's a sense in which it's thinking. But it's just like, but that this is what comes after that in the thing, in the source data. Yes, that was the problem with like using, is it machine learning for math proofs? Is that like, if you create a math proof through these processes, you can't actually be 100% sure that it's correct, right? Like it becomes probabilistic, and there's a lot of like epistemological issues with that. But I don't know how mathematics works at all. That was another, I was talking with a PhD, like a math PhD, about that. I was like, that's interesting. So fascinating. I had an interesting conversation with someone in academia about the philosophy of like AI art in like 2021, because people were doing some like kind of interesting AI art stuff then, and it was much more about like, isn't it in like with the, I'm trying to remember the specific piece I was thinking about. And it's a bit more like, this says a lot about our society that it arranges it in this way, and like the human is kind of curating it. And there was just discussions about ownership there, and like, well, who's making the art? But that's kind of out the window, isn't it? I don't think anyone's really doing that anymore. It was cool when everything looked like a psychedelic trip. Yeah, like it was like, I would never do anything illegal, although Vancouver's kind of. But they really do. It was crazy how much it looked like that. I don't know what the philosophical implications are from the fact that a lot of the old, like whatever stable diffusion stuff, images and videos, where it had like the weird kind of spirals to it. Yeah, it's very dreamlike as well. Are mushrooms illegal in Vancouver? Are illegal in Vancouver. Okay. There are it's funny, there are like mushroom dispensaries. It's like weed before it was like properly legal. Vancouver's so woke, dude. Like you go into a store and you buy it, and it's not the weird like, I went to a kind of a dispensary in Toronto before it was legalized, where it's like you had to like knock and go into a door. It's not even like that. It's just like over the counter. Yeah, my understanding, I didn't realize, I didn't appreciate that like the huge cost for like language learning models is the training process. The actual running itself does not take that much energy. Famously as many have discussed on Twitter, in in recent weeks, entirely, you know, completely unrelated to me, of course. I saw a good TikTok about, so she used the phrase the bean soupification of the internet, where it's like, it's such a succinct way of putting it, where it's like, there's a problem because like a lot of people, including like I can say I'm a person who's like this. When you have like discussions on nuanced issues, you don't have to specify that there is nuance to it because you know it is. Like, and anyone who's taking you in good faith also understands. Is that I don't like beans. What is bean soup? Is it like pancake waffle? Is that you know that there's a nuance to it. So like you don't have to add in like a specific example was like, one of the reasons why like eating disorders are so common for women is because there's this association of like, especially earlier in their life, that they were skinnier than they were now. And so if people are treated as like, oh, you're only valuable if you look young, you're much more likely to, and then, you know, people respond by being like, there are so many more reasons why someone would have an eating disorder. And it's like, well, I know that. I don't have to say that. Like when I talk about this, there was an assumption that that there was a lot of nuance to an issue. And yeah, I mean, that's just like the internet. And it's just like, people are just not very smart. Modern models can also refine the outputs instead of simply spitting out the first prediction. Right, that makes sense. Oh, interesting. It makes usage more expensive. Okay, interesting. That makes sense. Because yeah, I mean, I guess it is insane. Like, why wouldn't you just like? Yeah, it's like, do not say this slur. Person recipe for bean soup, and person commented, but I don't like beans. And they want a recipe to accommodate that. I think the pancake waffle is like the best. Yeah, it's a classic. It's an entirely different sentence. Cost of inferences keep inference. What is inference in this context for AI? That was crazy. The ad for that, there's that show, it's like the Vince Gilligan show, and there's like advertisements on like smart TVs now, which is like fucking kill me, dude. Like fucking but the advertisements are like customized to some people's names. And like this woman checked herself into a mental hospital because she thought she was having a psychotic episode, because she was like, my television is talking to me, and that's not a thing that should be happening. Oh, is it not? Oh, okay. It was literally just the Carol was, it wasn't personalized. Oh, okay. That's so funny. This is why you should just, like, I feel mad when I don't go on Twitter for like a couple weeks. Obviously there's attention economy, and if you don't fucking, is that a spoil? I haven't seen it. I can't say that I've seen it. So I'm sorry for spoiling. It's not spoil. Okay. Obviously I have to be on the internet, because if you don't shout into the void for long enough, people forget you exist. And my job is for kids get enough people remembering that I exist. Overhead wheel, thank you. But you really, thank you for the prime. But you really don't miss that much, because the way people talk about things is just so stupid. Like the blue lady discourse. That was like, because she said like, I do not like trans men and I don't want to date them. And like it's like, it's interesting. There was a comparison of like, when like Korean women say, I don't date Korean men, like there is not like a woke MRA kind of contingent that gets like really mad. I do think that is a specific thing. Like a marginalized woman from a marginalized group complaining about the men in that group is like very common, and people generally give them grace, especially if it's like, oh, you were just in an abusive relationship. But of course, trans women are the women of women. So I will bravely say that I broadly speaking do not like men, and that includes trans men because they are men. I'll still keep drinking that garbage, of course. Yeah, the malgendering thing is, it like, as a concept you can see how it exists, but it's like, and the concept is like you're affirming someone's gender, but only in a way to like to speak negatively of them, to like. I would say that broadly does exist, except for like, it's insane to apply that to a context of like a trans woman saying, well, like trans men can still do misogyny to us because they're men. I don't know. I swear to God, like, we are this close to like an offshoot of like black male studies, but like for trans men. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm so surprised that hasn't happened yet. Because it's like broadly the same point, except obviously black male studies is like an academic. Yeah, the black male I should admit, because it's like such a can of worms. I will say that I broadly do think that the through line, like some of those authors make interesting points. I do think the through line I see is that a lot of the people in black male studies do just like not like black women. You could see like the way that they hate like even fucking, what's her name? Someone that they should like, you would think. I cannot believe I'm blanking. She's a landlord. I can't remember her name. This is so embarrassing. Is it Bell Hooks I'm thinking of? Yeah, she was like, you would think that they would like Bell Hooks, but every time I see like Twitter black male studies guy talking about her, they hate her so much. And it's like, I feel like that just gives the game away. I mean, Tommy Curry saying that there's no gendered component to domestic violence. That like sometimes men hit women and sometimes women hit men, and then that's just the way that it is. And there's no system that informs that. It's like, yeah, I think you hate women, buddy. I think that you hate women. I don't know. I'm obviously not the person to be, you know. It's like when I talk about like the people who hate high-B trans women, where it's like, I'm not the one to make the point about this in terms of like changing anyone's mind, actually. Like obviously, of course. Here's some city things. I guess, I mean, I'm saying like of all of the like well-known black feminists, you would think that they would, again, like someone would find like, oh, there's redeemable, this thought is like, you know, can be had in conversation with the things that black male studies are saying. But I generally have not seen that. But yeah, I'm surprised that there hasn't been like a, you know, it's actually fucked up when you say trans men are men and can act like men. It's actually, because I mean, yeah, that whole like contingent of like trans men's rights activists, like they do just hate trans women. And if you really like dig down enough and you ask them about like, that is what you see. I think that's like not a they just have like a weird contempt, and I think that is a personal feeling that drives most of that analysis. Because we're the women of women, as they say. Yeah, don't worry, but the Hybe stuff is so stupid. Because like Hybe and Lobby were like jokes on weird Twitter in like 2019 of like, I'm a noble Lobby, I have no followers. But like trans women are so online that they turn it into a real discourse of like, we need to talk about how privileged people are for having 50,000 Twitter followers. the reason why that happens is because their lives are online. It's because they're really online. That's the answer to that question. If your entire life is online, then obviously, yeah, they don't exist in real life. That is the same thing with like the trans male MRA stuff. It's much less present in real life. Like trans misogyny is very present in like most most spaces in general, but like including trans ones. But trans guy who's doing black male studies for trans men. Radical feminism is for trans men. The lack of a space here is crazy. That's like, like seeing emoji. Like your lack of spacing yourself. Do you know what I mean? My work focuses on feminist theory, sexual violence, and experience of trans men. Gender identity language replaces attention to sex embodiment. Is the implication like as if embodiment as if is that all sexual assaults of trans men follow the same structural path that materialist feminists have long identified as male domination of female bodies? Oh, and you're using like Dworkin and McKinnon. Oh yeah, no. See, and you can see how it is like see the turf dog wrestle. You can always because there's like again, it's like there's a point to be made there in terms of like, yeah, I mean, a lot of trans men still do experience like rape at a much higher, like a higher level than like cis women do. But yeah, the takeaway that it's like that this guy is saying that he's female-y embodied is like, surely we've gone wrong somewhere. But that's the thing. That's what the trans MRA stuff does to trans women. Is it implicitly and oftentimes explicitly, if you get them to talk long enough, has these very like cis sexist ideas of like, you are your assigned gender at birth and you can't actually change your sex. And so like, how could I, as an AFAB female, be like oppressing? Check the about page. Oh no. Could be oppressing an AMAB. Where's the about page? Is there an about page? MRA, men's rights activist. Oh god, trans. Oh, okay, no, this is, you did find it. Sex-based oppression exists regardless of gender identity. This is J.K. Rowling. This is just J.K. Rowling if she finally like actually started testosterone. Empirical data consistently indicates that trans men continue to experience patterns of disadvantage characteristic of female social. It's because that's the thing, is it has nothing to do with your fucking socialization. Elevated rates of poverty. I mean, because again, it's like there's clearly a better way of talking about this, because it's like this is the thing that needs to be talked about. Yeah, and then it's increased access. This is the thing I said before. See, this is like this study, which has an N of like 500. The back and forth about my understanding is that it broadly shows trans femmes experience more than trans mascs, but it arguably could be about the same in terms of like sexual violence. They're comparable. They're certainly comparable. It's crazy. It's just a person, it's the thing of like, if you identify so much with your assigned gender at birth, there's a word for that, but you're not going to like it.
I am gay!
Sir Bowman, thank you. More data coming soon. But the problem is it's like, this analysis has to do trans misogyny, and it has to like, it does. See, this is the thing. This is why it's similar to the problem I had with Black studies broadly, when I was like a bit more in the weeds of this, is that fundamentally it is trying to create a theory that doesn't actually care about what happens to women. For Black male studies, it's like they really at the end of the day, they're like, it's a reaction to Black feminism, and their response of like, okay, well, clearly these authors like they're writing about something. They're not just making like the shit they say is that it is to be talked about. The answer is like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I actually don't care. It's like fundamentally, you know, the Black male studies response is like they don't really care that much about the suffering of Black women. I think that comparably, it's like, okay, if this is because you're a natal female, why are trans women rate of poverty similar, sexual violence similar? Why is it similar? Because it's not because trans women are natal females. And the answer is, I don't give a fuck. That's not my problem. I understand that my analysis precludes, if it's correct, even like trying to develop an account of why that's the case. I do not give a fuck. That's not my problem. Yeah, no, actually, it's quite similar. That is that like a lot of Black feminist work is attempting to situate Black women in relation to white supremacist, patriarchal white supremacist norms and violence, as well as patriarchal norms within their own community. And again, like the Black women's study is like, I don't give a fuck about that. It doesn't like. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, thank you for giving me like the most insane. Again, it's just so funny. Like, it's so fun. Like, I do think that like, it is interesting how like passing has such an effect on this as well, and it's something that is really difficult to empirically quantify in statistics, because again, it's like this guy talking about how he's like a female embodiment and how people treat him as a female. And it's like, do you know what like, really, man? You're saying like, oh, they detransitioned? Oh, of course, we got the I mean, there you go. I mean, I was right. When I said, if you're so attached to your assigned gender at birth, there's a word for that. Here it is.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to...
Is this also a thing of, like, he's still staying on testosterone?
And there was a older trans man behind me who must have picked up on that, my apologetic posturing, and he said,
we don't have to watch this. I was just, who's a biological female, again, it's like, I don't think that, anyway, but I guess I don't like, is there an about me? No, Buck Angel isn't. It's this individual, I guess. I don't know. All right, there's something odd with this. Can the war between TERFs and trans end? Yeah, that's awesome. Do trans men benefit from replacing sex with gender identity in law? Bearded lesbians. It's just a she lion. Yeah, oh man. Like, and I like, I feel like the it's a thing that is like actually not especially difficult to conceptualize, of like, I think maybe that is is that like the analysis he question mark I guess is making is like, well, it's specifically like it's trans males like female embodiment or whatever, which again, like marking that as an inherent thing and even like an inherent thing of perceived bias in society, like it struggles to conceptualize why it's actually worse for trans men than cis women, because it's like, well, Klansmen, there you go. Why does no one talk about that as well? Anyway, because I feel like there isn't that is one of the differences. Like, you can't have a trans female version of this. It just doesn't exist. It is like, and you see this like any one of the, like, especially fake detrans, like vaguely similar but in the other way, like trans women who are like this, just continuous constant humiliation rituals on their side of Twitter. It's gotten to the point with like TERFs where like even like Blanchard and like Michael J. Bailey are like, you guys are like really fucking rude to these people. Like, they just have autogyne. I feel like they've done nothing to you. I don't understand why you're so mean. No, Blair White isn't actually this. I mean, Blair White vaguely. Brianna Wu isn't comparable, I don't think. It's not quite at this level. Blair White vaguely, because she does do the thing of like, I am a male. But again, there's a reason why Blair does HSAs, which is so funny. Did she refer to herself that way? Because it's like, you are bisexual. I say this again, that the most annoying group of trans women is a bisexual woman who wants to be straight. It's not even close. Like, that is over what, like, the most annoying. It's not even close. I guess it's to say, like, the trans woman equivalent of this, like, it relates to the statement that people make that, like, TERFs want to detransition men and kill trans women. Is that it's like, well, now that you're back into the fold, you are a disgusting perverted male, and like, we still don't want anything to do with you. Like, you won't get the job positions, you won't get the institutional power. It's like, we're glad that you've renounced the thing you renounced. Like, we still hate you, and you still have to go through all these humiliation rituals of like denouncing how disgusting and perverted you are. It's just like, there isn't like, the trans misogyny isn't a point where there isn't really a space for public figures who are like this. You kind of get Blair White, I guess. Maybe that's the exception. Although it's not quite like this. Yeah, that's a sad. The Pride of the Doll stuff is kind of depressing. It's like vaguely similar, I guess. That is the divide in the community. People try to articulate this, and they do it in a way where they fail, where it's like transsexuals versus non-binary people or something, which is obviously not even a false dichotomy by itself. The real divide in the trans community is the people who think that your current sex is always defined by, and your nature, the way that you are, is defined by your assigned sex at birth, and the people who think that you can change your sex. So like, you go on like Lex or whatever, like, you're gay, and people are like, as an AFAB, I'm looking for some AMAB friends because all of my friends are AFAB. Like, people who think like that. That is a fundamentally different group of people than like, that you need to stay away from, broadly speaking. Everybody's transgender, exactly. Yeah, I mean, also just don't go on Lex. That's a good point. The Chuds and Tinnikers are roommates in the gulags when we do woke Stalinism. It's coming, folks. We will make no excuse for the terror. Anyway, what else is going on the internet? If you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect to your Twitch account and get a free subscription. you can use on me. It's much appreciated. Woke Pol Pot makes you think. This is a tip-based service, so giving me money is much appreciated. It is how I make money in my life. Netflix bought Warner Brothers. Oh yeah, so like Jet Black, thank you. That is an odd. Gay! That is an odd combination. I guess was that the logical conclusion of interacting with the RAFM community? Sure.
What the hell?
Oh, I don't think it worked. For the specific timestamp. Bearded lesbians, and then it's like the Reddit, you know, like it's so funny that's like a Nazi haircut now. What happened with that? Because like that used to be like the woke Macklemore haircut.
I am gay.
Sparkly Dystopia, thank you.
Behave, and I
What the hell is a bearded lesbian?
behave, and I find that I don't know what to do about that. Like, if I were to start to re-socialize more female, and I don't even exactly know what that means. I mean, in one of our previous podcasts, Jesse, you and I talked about how the women online gave me some feedback that to try to soften my male presentation, and I found myself just resorting to thoughts about feminine stereotypes. Like, what does that mean to be more female? Like, do I
Right.
kill more? Do I hold my head differently? Like,
He's got to go on 4chan. Got to go on LGBT 4chan.
what does that mean?
Right. Yeah.
To be more feminine, and
Yeah.
In fairness, though, there are a few.
It is funny when they accidentally, like, they'll do trans misogyny through. I mean, it's not funny because it's oftentimes just very cruel. It's funny in this instance. They'll do like trans misogyny, but like through. It was like that like fake detrans guy who was like, I thought that I was gonna be like a beautiful twink on testosterone, and it just made me bald. It just made me look like my dad, you know, like. And he's like, well, I would detransition, but then like people would think I was a trans woman, and that would be like violent to cisgender females. Electra Cooper, thank you.
Points there, because I'm just playing devil's advocate, but you could argue that what we do in society in lots of different levels is we make life easy for the passing strangers in our life. So, you know, after you, or you go first, or please and thank you, or you join them.
Well, Alphabet, thank you for the gift sub.
Whatever. You know what I mean? You don't bustle past people.
This is turf accent.
And so we make life easier for strangers by falling in with the
I don't know. It's much better with him in the space. Absolutely. Anyway, thank you all for the hype train. Much appreciated. Yeah. Marx was the first to say I'm such a fat fucking show. 25 subs. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, the way that you can tell that with the way that Hassan dealt with Ethan is he's very concerned with, like, he gave him a lot of patience, I think. I mean, unfortunately for him now, very good at talking to those sort of people. It was really just October 7th just like broke so many people's brains, especially, yeah. With the brothel thing, I looked into that. My understanding is that he went to a pretty like a lot of the kind of tourist, like high brow, for lack of a better term, brothel in Berlin, and then like years later that brothel got raided for sex trafficking, but then like nothing came of it. Like I believe the police apologized to the people who own the brothel for, because they were like, oh, we didn't, or it was for tax stuff or something. It doesn't seem like it's for tax evasion. They successfully sued in a settlement. People still, I mean, there are people who believe that like Annie John, which is like a man who buys sex, is a rapist. So I think people still call him like a rapist for presumably having bought sex at some point. They were waiting for tax, and the people lied about sex trafficking, and as far as I know, they didn't find anything. Is the my understanding? Yeah, like that particular brothel is not. I think especially Artemis, not especially noteworthy. Some like John's is a wild term. Yes, it's very common. Like, I don't think that the specific nature of which brothel he went to is especially relevant. Like, if you were like I think it's generally rat femmes who believe that, who think that like anyone who buys sex is a rapist. But then you see people who push that, who are clearly don't believe that, and it's like, well, again, we're doing the Hassan thing. We're doing the thing about Hassan, you know. No, John's isn't a rad femme word. That's I've definitely heard sex workers use rad femme or use John. That's a very common term that I've heard them use. Some countries have weird laws that punish people who pay for sex but allow sex work. Yes, that is how it works in Canada. That's how it works in Canada. Yeah, the sex worker cannot be charged, but the John can. Are tribes against OnlyFans? I think it just really depends. It's such a broad idea. That's your dad was a pro officer. It's the term used to describe pimps. Yeah, maybe it's like kind of getting out of fashion, but I've definitely heard people use John. The John, yeah, like how the like, is that a Philly word? No, it's very different. There must be some joke about someone confusing John, like JWN. Your term is Steve's. I hope not. That's John is such a good word for that. I'm sorry. Did Curtis Lewis say John in a debate? Does that work? Someone was saying like my viewer count goes up when I tell my lurkers to chat. Does that actually work? I don't think I've tried this. If you're a lurker in the chat, if you're in the, can you just like type like 1 or something or whatever? Did SK say that? Let's see. Come on, everyone. Let's see. I don't think it's changing. Well, it's going down. Well, anyway, it's worth a shot. So much participation. I saw half of you chatting already, fucking liars. No, there's plenty of first time chats. People left when you say it. Wow, that's fucked up. Any cash a sex worker has can be seized as part of a criminal investigation. Right. Right, yes, which is not ideal. I see. Poland is a Looney Tunes ass country. I don't doubt it. I believe it. Listening intensely while playing a game. Many such cases. Twitch streaming is a very like playing in the other tab kind of thing. Yeah. I've been playing RuneScape recently. That was my I don't usually watch Twitch streams really. My second monitor right now is there's this Roman history YouTuber Tribunate. This guy's videos are awesome. It's really like it's Roman history but it's like woke. And it's well reviewed. He's got like good, or they, it seems, I don't know if it's a collective group of people, but they're goated. I would recommend. Roman history, but not right-wing slop. Yeah, all the Roman historian stuff. It's like people who are casually into Roman history. How would you cheer up a grad student until realizing their master's thesis is going to turn out really mediocre? How would you cheer up a fork found in a kitchen? I would say, I don't know. What did you expect? You're a fork. Where did you think you were going to be? Incel talk. This is awesome. Yeah, this is fascinating. Yeah, have a nice time, I guess. Yeah, no one's reading it anyways. No one's reading your thesis regardless. Especially your MA thesis. It doesn't matter if she's tall or short. All women want a 7-foot Chad. Dating for men is brutal, cutthroat, straightforward hierarchy. You know what I honestly think about this? Like, dating apps make this so much worse. Because especially for men, I think. Like, if you're a man who has like really good aura, but then you're like objective, are like less flattering for you. It's much easier to feel like if you're like 5'8" or something, because like most women won't actually fucking notice if they encounter you in like a mutual friend setting in a bar or something. It won't be nearly as important. It's something you're willing to overlook. But when all you have to go on, especially like with a woman on dating apps, when all you have to go on is those objective stats, then it's like, well, yeah, you're placed into this like, you're placed into a very specific type of shallow hierarchy. Because yeah, I mean, I don't know. Height is the one people focus on so much because it's like there's not not much you can do about changing it. You can wear flats, I guess. You can get the Ron DeSantis shoes. And like, yeah, I do think that like it's also like there's the dating appification. I'm writing a newsletter piece on this. It'll come out at some point. I need to lock in on that. I haven't been locking in recently because I like writing and I'm happy when I write stuff and when people read it. Like I feel fulfilled. It's not like grad school because I don't, no one shoots me in the back of the head if I don't, write something, which is obviously the motivation you have in grad school. I mean, it is like, it's dating is hard for everyone. It's always crazy when cis people complain about dating, though. It is funny to me. My like Hinge, I don't mention that I'm trans on it, but I mention in the swipe note. It's just livagar.com is a newsletter. It's cool. I have my own website. Isn't that cool? You wouldn't know because I never fucking post on there, but what was I gonna say? I do that the meta someone again livagar.gov, yeah. Someone was talking about how they missed when I actually talking about marks, and I wasn't like a dating advice person. But the reason I do that is because, one, you don't want to like really attract like kind of chasers, but then two, it increases your dating elo. It's like I'm fucking playing StarCraft. It's like I'm playing chess again. Because like my understanding of how it works on Hinge, at least, is like you are placed into your objective attractive. And it's not even, the problem is it's like, it's not even you, it's how you present yourself. It's a market. You have to market yourself. You're like, I have these things that are good. These are my interests. These are the type of people I want to attract. It's a resume. How do I like show myself to people in a way that's normal and cool, so that they can like but there is literally, they don't tell you your elo, but like as soon as your elo gets settled, as soon as more people like either like or not don't like you on Hinge, like there is a certain range that will show for you. So the really attractive people stop seeing the less attractive objectively. Again, equating it to attraction is like not even fair, because it's like, well, some people have some people have much better photographs than other people, just in virtue of maybe their profession, or like they take more, they're better at presenting themselves, they have better advice for it. So it's a thing of like your value as a person, as a romantic partner, is being made empirical. It's doing all the bad things that happen in dating, in like the dating quote unquote market as it's solidified following like the successes, and I think often more importantly the failures of the feminist movement, where it's like everyone is a free agent. You are like on this market where everyone is freely able to kind of come and go as they please, pun unintended. But then that free agency market is determined by these very brutal patriarchal heteronormative norms, institutions that make it a lot more punishing, and make especially heterosexual dating much more based upon like, I have this preconceived category of like what my romantic partner is supposed to be, how they're supposed to be a man, how they're supposed to be qua their gender. And I'm just looking for, like, Foucault makes an interesting point about BDSM, where like one of the things, like he thought that like especially homosexual BDSM could, which is an awesome transition of in the middle of that sentence, that he thought that like a lot of the sexual values, that's the proper term, I can't remember the technical terms for Foucault, many of them that were in place with homosexual BDSM could be universalized for social sexual dynamics more broadly. And what he liked about it, this is like why I don't like the kind of swerve take about like, oh, but it's like domination, is the point that's interesting is that like in every, and this is less the case now, interestingly, in gay communities, I think. I haven't been practicing in that community for a long time. But as far as it's a lot less the case now. But the thing that he liked so much is that like in every BDSM session, the person who is being dominated could be different. It's not just this thing of like, well, I have this essence, qua my gender sex presentation, which means that I am the bottom, which means that I have someone who provides for me, who opens the door for me, who compliments me. I expect these things, and the other person subsequently expects things from me. You are asking someone a very limited narrow thing that might not even be in accordance with like what you want to be like philosophically imprecise, which is rooted in patriarchy. It's rooted in these institutions. What all an institution means is a set of practices that people become used to. That it's like, this is what is normal. This is what's expected of you, as you accord to the heterosexual dating contract. And it's very alienating. And I think the dating apps make it especially more alienating. Like absolutely. Hold on. Yes, I have a swipe note that says that I'm trans if I match with someone, and the reason is because it increases your elo. Because I was realizing like my elo wasn't as high as it could be, and it wasn't based on a thing that related to how attractive I was. And it's insane that you have to like this gamification is it's like we've already like admitting to doing it is like you are admitting to take selling a part of your soul, participating in a fundamentally unjust situation. Because a lot of like the left swipes of like, oh, I'm not into transgender women, so you're gonna swipe left, removes the elo, but not based on something in relation to how attractive I am. And so there was like these group of guys like up here that I wasn't getting potentially matched with who would be into me. I mean, this is the case with like this is the problem. This is the case with a lot of things, but weren't being suggested because my elo would be slightly lower. So that's the meta. That's the meta. I told this to Vic Wingley on Twitter, and she was like, "Yeah, it's so much better." The problem is that you match with someone who you're like, "Oh, I like him," and then he unmatches you immediately, and it's like, well. I have controversial opinions on how long it is acceptable to not disclose. In the woke way, in the woke direction. That we don't have to talk about that, but we don't have to talk about that because any trans woman who talks about that is called a rapist, because people view transness as such a fundamentally disgusting thing, that like people's transphobic preferences are actually like validated. Again, it's like if someone said I only date natural blondes, and your hair was dyed blonde, and you started dating them, you wouldn't be a rapist. Well, it's like, but it's a preference. But because the preference is seen as a much more fundamentally important thing. The sadly better analogy is like, if you have like, let's say like herpes or something that is only concerned with a person if you are having sex with them, but is like viewed as undesirable. Which again, the analogy is just like, to think of making the analogy legible, this is the fact that this is how you make this analogy legible just shows how much people hate trans women, and how much of that is like not just this abstract desire, because it's fine to not like things. It's fine to be like, sorry, I'm not into that. But it's much more than that, and that's very obvious. I mean, those prejudices inform people's desires as well. It's not, you don't have this like innate desire and then society stuff onto it. Like the desire is always informed by the things, the people you're desiring, how you're being informed by your desire. But like if someone had like herpes, let's say, and a person was like, I don't want to ever have sex with someone with herpes, I don't want to, it's a risk, whatever, etc. Like, it's not sexual assault for that person to make out with the other, for instance. HIV plus non-detectable is a great example as well. Well, that one, yeah, it's even more because it's like, well, you literally can't fucking give it to people. It's fucking PrEP is such a miracle drug. Well, I'm not talking. It's kind of sexual transmitted disease. I'm not talking about like a person who has herpes not disclosing it when they're having sex. I'm talking about not disclosing it when like someone's flirting with them. You holding your hand at a thing. He's doing some sort of where it's like, well, it's actually not. That information actually isn't relevant to what we're doing, and like the person who has that hasn't even consented to having sex. So it's like what's going on with their genitals doesn't even matter. It's completely irrelevant to what's happening. But you can see that like someone would agree with that, right? But then they wouldn't agree to the obvious equivalent with trans women, which shows that like people just naturally view transness as something that's like disgusting. And they view like a part of it is like not viewing trans women as human, where it's like, well, you have to constantly disclose really intimate details of your life. And it's like, well, that's what you signed up for. And it's like, well, you're not really viewing someone as like a... If you had herpes on your hand, though, I would hope you wouldn't. I would hope you wouldn't have herpes on your hand. It's my my reaction to that, like that the Applebee's clip. Who's that with? I can't remember what the clip is. Fuck, I can't. Is it Applebee's? It's like it's a CNN like debate panel, and one of the guys, it's like, I can't remember his fucking name. He's like, I just wonder why the guy was at Applebee's. That's how I feel. With you guys know what I'm talking about. Fuck, I can't remember. I have such bad knowledge retrieval. It's why Jeopardy is like. I feel like I'm pretty good at Jeopardy. It's Cheesecake Factory. Thank you. Mark Lemon Hill. That was it.
American walks in a Cheesecake Factory with a Make America Great Again hat. American walks in a Cheesecake Factory with a Make America Great Again hat. He shouldn't be verbally accosted. You should maybe inquire as to why he's wearing it if you want to hear his point of view, but he should by no means feel that he's not welcome in a restaurant.
Okay.
This is the problem that we have as Americans, and we can all do better.
Mark, I know you want to respond to that. What do you want to say?
Nah, I was wondering what I do was in the Cheesecake Factory, but I think...
Herpes is a fascinating one too, because like I have herpes on my mouth. I have mouth herpes. It's HSV1, is it? I can't remember. It's like it's the same disease functionally. In fact, like you can get mouth herpes on your genitals, which is why you should not perform oral sex on someone if you have herpes on your mouth, especially if they don't also have it. Like, yeah, it's an absurdly large amount of people have HSV1. I know that in like some European countries like Norway, like genital herpes is much less big a deal, because it is just like it's the herpes you get, but instead of like, like kissing someone or it's like just saliva, it's like genital stuff, so it's like gross. I do think I would say in a woker society where trans women were treated as human beings a lot more, it's like someone could have a preference of like, why I don't even want trans women to flirt with me, let alone like if I'm attracted to them, kiss me. Would just be like, well, it's not my problem. But it's not because people don't care about people would much rather privilege like a prejudiced view. Because I mean, at that point, I do think that like there's a distinction where it's like you can like what you like. Let's say general preferences. It's a great example. Like if you're not into something, that's totally fine. It's whatever. You could say it's informed by these sort of societal things, whatever, but like you can't force someone to be into something. But like it's so different. Like it's very different. Maybe like let's an example being like a trans woman who had the surgery, as they call it, and like no one would be able to tell the difference at all. In that case, it's not a question of desire, because it's like, well, yeah, all those guys are attracted to her. Let's say she's a model, she's beautiful. It's that they're like, well, the idea that she has XY chromosomes or whatever, you know, where it's like, well, but that is a thing that I think is, it's at the very least, it's like the idea of society accommodating that is silly, in a way that I think that society accommodating someone who like actually does have a sexual preference of like, I'm not into that. Which again, the distinction is like, if you think about it too much, it's hard to make, but it's that is obviously. No excuse to not date a post-op trans. I mean, I'm more sympathetic. It's like, well, whatever. You don't have to be into it. Like, it's fine. I'm more sympathetic. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. If I meet someone in real life and we have a good time and I tell them and they're like, sorry, I'm not into that, it's like, it's fine as long as you're respectful. Is it not fair to disclose you don't have a vagina before getting to the bedroom? I mean, that's where it gets a bit like, you should probably tell someone. If like it shouldn't. Yeah, I do agree that there might be the place where you might have a foreign is like if someone is like pulling down someone's pants and then you're like, oh, I'm not into this. It's like, well, it's certainly, I would say that's less than ideal. I would not qualify that person as a rapist, especially if it's like, yeah. Sure. I think that's very rare and also very dangerous for the woman. Like I'm very upfront, but also just because like it's dangerous. Yeah. Is how different how it visually manipulates their genitals. I mean, the difference is transphobia and how it structures people's desires. But I'm willing to be. The topic of disclosing disease from more serious than gender identity. I think that's true. Because that is the most transphobic someone will be to you, is after they find out you're trans when they want to fuck you. Yeah. Anyway. It's crazy. But I think people are like especially insane. Yeah, I mean the race example is another one where it's like, I mean, obviously someone who is like, I really want to date white people, and then they like see with a white passing person, it's like, well, you wouldn't give a shit. Like it'd be like, well, but that belief, like they have that preference, they can have that preference in terms of the law. No one is gonna arrest you for only dating someone who's your race, but like, should society accommodate that preference? Is the discussion. Yeah, the example of like, oh, you know, you're about to have sex with someone, and you just don't disclose your genitals. Like, first off, I mean, obviously there is like, why do people assume that a woman has a vagina? Is like the woke response of that as well. Like, isn't that probably built on something that isn't a good expectation? But even like bracketing that, the reason why you don't do that outside of your safety is like, well, there's a very high chance that might make someone uncomfortable, and that is about like, I don't know. I feel like I'm juggling here that there's no one who agrees. I mean, there's someone who agrees because I'm a Twitch streamer, and there are always gonna be people who agree with you in Twitch chat, but like the popular opinion is either like way over here, or it's like a bit more over here. And I'm like finding a good way of making it. I do that a lot. I think maybe I find a good way of making everyone mad. Yes, streamer, I agree exactly. I mean, I would never fucking do this discourse on Twitter. God no. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, I think that operating as a trans woman, if people especially might not know, if you're having sexual romantic partners, you have some respect for them, you understand how they might feel. It's worth considering. I do think that's obviously true, but then people are also very silly on the other end. I'm sure the chat is majority cis. But yeah, I mean, the funny thing about genital preferences is that what people are talking about aren't actually genital preferences. It's a preference is like Coke or Pepsi. Do you know what I mean? Everyone has genital preferences for the most part. They have preferences because the different genitals change the things you're able to do, and sometimes you like doing one of the things more than the other thing. There's also a question, you know, it's like the Deleuzian thing. It's not what it means, it's what it does. It's like the gender of a person changes the way that those genitals appear as manifest, and also can often change like what someone wants to do with the genital. You know, there's all that, and it's sometimes people have good associations with certain things, and you know, it's the general preference. What that really means is like, is it okay for someone to say no in every case to someone of a particular, which is a different discussion. Is also an interesting discussion. Because again, it is like, I mean, I am not surprised, especially in a society where you are raised to equate man with penis, woman with vagina, that there are like heterosexuals who are like, no, I wouldn't like that combination. And they are sincere. They like, no, I don't really see the enjoyment in it. This doesn't really do anything for me. And it would be silly to it'd be silly to say that they have to do something. I mean, everyone, that's like obvious, right? That would be silly. I think everyone agrees with that though. That's the like straw man. But yeah, it's tricky out here. I think everyone's a bit bisexual. Yes and no. Again, I feel like sexuality is a lot more than just like an abstract desire that someone just like has and they've always had. I don't like how people weaponize that discourse against lesbians. Because it's a lot easier if you view sexuality not as what might turn you on, but about who you fuck and who you're looking to fuck, then then there certainly are people who are absolutely not bisexual and are very sternly not bisexual as a very specific policy. Again, the thing I said before about porn, how it's like that there are straight women who watch lesbian porn, and straight women are much more, or women are much more likely when they watch porn to be like, well, this is just a thing I find interesting. It's not necessarily a part of what I want to practically do. There's just something erotic they like about X or Y. I think that's a healthy attitude to have. I mean, a lot of it could just be like, you are attracted to some people. You just like kind of can't find how you enjoy interacting with them. You don't see how you can place yourself in something. I mean, think about other like lesbians who are also for Joshis. This is a fascinating combination that's like very common, and it's not just like one reason is like you have like cis kind of repressor, cis lesbian repressor, but like not necessarily. It's like, well, how the fuck do you explain that? Are they lesbians? It's like they are. I think it's silly to say that they're not, even though it's a lesbian who is very invested in the sort of erotic energy, whatever, of like fictional gay male relations. Because it's about what they do, and that doesn't have a. I mean, I also do think that heterosexuality is a regime, is an institutional regime, and that like it's very enforced, and that a lot of people clearly would be much more comfortable being a bit bisexual with it, and that's like, yeah. That's certainly true. I don't think that everyone is bisexual though, because they aren't bisexual. Like this idea that desire is this like thing that you're maybe born with. It's innate. It's structured in you. Maybe it only solidifies after sexual development or something. And then it's like, well, we put the machine next to you, we can empirically calculate you are 70, or Kinsey 4. Like, I don't think that that's true. My mom, in effort to detrans me, said she once thought she was a lesbian because she was really liked her high school best friend. It's also asexual. That's true. It's true. I mean, that was a big problem. Like, I think it was like after I transitioned, I was like not into men for a while. I didn't really know why. I feel like I had to learn or like relearn my relationship with men, which I think I have a much better relationship with them, or more enjoyable one, than I did before. I was bi, yeah. I was very like, as a male, like homosexual, especially like when I was younger. And then like, yeah, when I was like 18, it started like, then I was much straighter as a male. But I was definitely always like, but it's about your relationship with people. And if you can't figure that out, or you can't like, then yeah, it's like very, very homosexual, and then it's like the compat socialization kicks in. And it's like, well, people say gay pejoratively. Where was I going with this? I can't remember. I've been always very fascinated with masculinity. It's just been like a thing that I like. I'm like not a feminist in this, like a theorist in the sense that like, maybe this is silly because feminists do this. Like, I'm not that concerned with women. I'm very concerned with men. Like, it's the thing that it's still feminist, you know, whatever. But a lot more feminism is like, maybe that's a silly thing to say. Because they're such interesting creatures. No, not a scum. Well, not in a positive way necessarily. You see my tweets, the way people. You've seen the tweets I made where most men hate women. You know, the sort of. Like, I'm concerned. Like, I think about them. And this is not necessarily in a positive way, certainly. But I did find that like I couldn't. Scum Manifesto is so funny, dude. It's so good. Like with QAnon people, exactly. Exactly. I found that I just could not relate to men as like I needed to not be one of them and not have them place their expectations to be able to relate to them in like a social way that didn't feel like broken and strange. As like I needed to be like there's like, well, they don't have access to a certain interiority that I'm involved with and I play with or whatever. I'm not within their territory, to use the Deleuzian terminology. I'm very anthropological with it, I think. That's and I felt that as well, especially with like romance and sex. But they are just such fascinating. I don't know. They're very interesting. I don't know where else was I going with this. You gotta get anthropological with it. There was some old zine I read recently. I am blanking on what it's called. My friend who used to live in Great Lakes area. It was written. It's a trans woman who wrote this zine, and it was about fucking, and like she gave all her hookups a card, and it was like, "Is this your first time fucking me? Did you enjoy it? Is there any notes you would like to say? Did you come?" Like stuff like that. And she's like a business card. She had to like hand them out. Some like trans woman. Which I guess is I can call myself some auntie trans woman. Will surely. It's Carta. Yes, it is Carta. You got it. You got it. Yes, it's the. I believe it is a Carta Munir. But I was like, that's the way that I'm anthropological about it. Yeah. If a man was fucking you and was done with it without coming, then something's wrong. People are. That's like truly said like a not a real fucker. People are different, especially in first encounters. Everyone's bodies are different. Yes, Lexa Pros entered the chat. Yeah, that's how I know. That's how I know you're not a real fucker. I think there is like a heterosexual obsession with especially the male orgasm. You can see why this happens. It's interesting. It used to be the opposite. You can see like sometimes people on right-wing Twitter will joke that like if you were conceived in a context where the female did an orgasm, then you're not ensouled, which is a very funny joke. But like people used to believe that the female had to orgasm for procreation to be possible. And then like early modern science comes in and says like, it's actually not true. There used to be a belief that it's like the female would have a fluid and the male would have a fluid and they would mix. And so they both needed to be, they both needed to be an orgasm. And there was a lot of obsession in, this is both medieval and like Aristotle kind of comes up with a theory of reproduction that formulates this. So it's like, you know, you get the Galen kind of antiquity, but then also medieval ideas of medicine and sex have this. And women are much more likely in that context to be categorized as like sexually promiscuous to a fault. And then they realize like that's actually not true. The only thing that's important for reproduction is the male orgasm. And then all of a sudden women become like frigid and unsexual and like the lack of sex drive, and that's an expectation that continues now, obviously. A belief about like women being less sexual than men. What was I gonna say? But yeah, but you could see why the modern discourse would be around the male orgasm. Right, hysteria, like the wandering womb stuff. It's like she's not that was one of the, I'm blanking on my like really early psychology. Anonymous gifter, thank you.
I'm gay.
It's like, yeah, she's not coming enough. Wander in the womb, exactly. Yeah, it's interesting, the like especially pre-modern discourses on sex are fascinating because like the sexual like binary is like fairly new is the last couple hundred years. Beforehand it was much more, there's much more of a perception that like there is one sex and it's male, and the female like is just an inferior version of the male. Again, it's always Aristotle. It's always Aristotle. Every time it's Aristotle. Like there was a belief that like if this, I believe there's a thing of like if your sperm isn't warm enough is the Aristotelian view. Like it's not strong enough. It doesn't impose its superior male form on the fetus. Which by the way means little human. Fun fact for you guys. I believe it's a warmth thing. I can't remember exactly because there was this idea that like, was it that inside women are cold? I think I'm mixing it up. I haven't thought about this. The full Nike theory of gender. I can't exactly remember. There was temperature was very important for the ancients for like reproduction. Oh, sorry. I mean, to Aristotle's credit, science U. I love that we had 2 science U's back to back. As a feminine sneeze, the thing about sneezes is that I honestly sincerely believe that like people who sneeze really loud are faking it. Like they don't have to do that. It's like the community Pierce school of masculinity. You don't actually have to be that loud. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I get that it's fun. I see how it would be fun. My dad's like a foghorn. You cannot control it. I think you're lying. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. Performative sneezers, for real, for real. Getting the ick. I'm gonna add that to my ick list for men, is sneezing. Um Men shouldn't sneeze low key. It's a red flag. That is another awesome like dating thing, is the red flag stuff. I had an older piece about this I was gonna publish, but I thought it was like a little bit. I don't believe that. Thank you. That the body is made of 4 elements and that they are distributed differently among men and women. Yes, of course. Men have a greater proportion of hotness and dryness. Yes. So he did. I was like, I thought I was hallucinating that, because I think that's Aristotle before Galen as well. But Galen like really solidifies it, and he's the humorous guy. Galen as well. I don't know if he doesn't get enough credit. With what he knew, it was very impressive. Obviously, 4 humors is a bit of a miss. But yes, I was wondering whether I was hallucinating that, because it's like so obvious that a female is not cold on the inside, that it's like, are we sure that women are cold and wet? Do you know what I mean? Like, are we sure? But that is the belief. Yes, the sperm and the male is warm, and then it mixes with the coldness of the female. Well, the wet part, I mean, I guess it depends, but you can see that one. You can see why they got that one. They didn't, that one, I'll give them that one. They're 50% of the way there. The thing about Aristotle is that like the Greek religious beliefs thought that it was like sacrilege to practice. It's the same with like in Galen's pagan context. They thought like you can't actually dissect humans. This is why you get this a lot more like during the Renaissance, is like, especially in Italian Western discourse, when I think it's probably earlier than that, but is my popular, layman understanding. So like Aristotle had to dissect fish to understand the human body. He mainly used fish, and like, it's not, of all of the animals you could use, fish is probably not the best one to understand the human body. Yeah. Humans are, if you think of it phylogenetically, they are fish, right? Or cladistically, technically. It makes you think. Bony fish. Makes you think. But Galen got a bit more. I believe that Galen was using like larger mammals. There's some anecdote with Galen where he was like demonstrating, like, I believe it was him that discovered, among other things, that like nerves send something, like your body is animated by nerves that go to the brain. There's an anecdote he has where like he's like he's doing this public display of his knowledge. I can't remember why. It's like he wouldn't obviously would not have said electrical impulses, but he was showing that like nerves affect the ability to communicate for organs to function, and he was like kind of in the like it's something about like he slaughtered a pig or opened its neck and it was screaming, and then he plugged a specific nerve, and then it like the nerve to the vocal cord was like removed and the pig stopped screaming, and then he uncluded it and it screamed, and he plugged it again, which is horrific. This is my I remember reading about this like 4 years ago, so I probably got a lot of details wrong. But like, no one knew fucking anything about how animals worked. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't know anything. And this guy was like, yell, not yell, yell, not, like, so he deserves a bit more credit. That's why electrolytes are needed. It makes you think. He worked with pigs and studied their neuroanatomy by severing different nerves either totally or partially to see how it affected the body. Yeah. Which is fucking, it's you know, but it is very cool. You really don't appreciate how little, like, we are so soaked in our context and so soaked in particular discourse. And I'm not even saying like, oh, it's relative, like they knew stuff we did. I'm not saying that. But you take for granted like how, like, it feels as if most of our understanding of the world is like just a very easy logical inference about the function of stuff around us, but it really isn't. It's really built on a lot of baggage. You see that when you hear the ancients talk about, you know, gravity. It's so crazy it took that long for them to articulate the concept of gravity, because that feels so obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course things, they move, but you, yeah, no, it was like that's the Aristotelian thing, is that there are 4 question mark kind of, it's maybe controversial elements, 5 because there's like ether, but like 2 of them, fuck, I'm remembering the, it's not Avatar. No, it's earth and water go down, and then the 2 go up, which is, isn't it air and fire? And then ether, which is the stars, he thinks kind of moves around, but it's just, he just thinks it is in their nature to either move away from the center of the earth or towards the center of the earth. And they're like, sure, yeah, it makes sense, sounds right. Okay, the most insane one, and this might be wrong, this might be incorrect, but I swear that it is not. Because I didn't directly study this in graduate school, so I can be a bit less confident about it. With the Aristotelian model, you would think that more of a thing would fall faster than less of a thing. And it's crazy that they just thought that. This is one of those things where it's like someone historian is going to be like, well, actually, that's not true, because it's a really easy experiment to make, of like, you take a heavy thing and a less heavy thing and you drop them at the same amount. You know, not counting wind resistance, they're going to fall at the same rate because the m's are crossed out in the equation. I took grade 11 whatever physics. You cross out the mass, it doesn't affect the rate of falling. But that was just like at least in Aristotle's context, they were just like, yeah. The bigger thing falls at a faster rate than the smaller thing. Counting or not counting air resistance. Galileo was a sharp guy. Keyword is rate and not velocity. Yes, that makes sense. Does it? Yes, right, because acceleration, yeah. Right, okay. I think I remember physics. Physics was the only science in high school that I found interesting. Counting or not counting x is so, yeah. Galileo was the first to disprove it. Is there no consensus? Yeah, he just eyeballed it, which you would think you would just eyeball it. And I mean, you know what? Like, people do think that, right? People do think that things that have more mass fall faster because there's more of them. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting how little they knew and how like things that feel obvious are like surprisingly novel concepts. Um, I do fall slightly faster. Okay, I guess so. Yes. You know what's my truth nuke about that? Is like anything after Newtonian physics is woke nonsense that we don't need. Was there any? Do you think there's any guy who thinks that? Am I saying I want to discover gravity? I think I'm built different. I think I'm built different. Yes, there are. Me, met the. Oh, there you go. Also, people were telling me I had a. It was like I guess casually seeing a physics PhD in grad school. And they were telling me that like string theory is like not a thing anymore. Like it's a meme. You might like have a guy who does string theory, but that like the position it was in the 90s where it's like, oh, and it's like no, it's completely washed. It was a thing in the same way that Theranos was a thing. Where it's like, look at all these things we're gonna look, it's crazy, and then like the empirical results didn't come, right? It was big when you were an undergrad. You don't think that's quite true? Is that maybe that's is it falsifiable? Okay. Is there a video on this?
This is a video.
Oh, I love this lady. I love this lady so much. It's a little long, but she's great. I love her. Because that's where is this correct to say that the more than 3 spatial dimensions is a string theory thing? Or is it more than that? Because people like sci-fi, they love their fucking 6, 7 spatial dimensions. It was God. God is the one who did that. It often is. It often isn't. Okay. 6, 7. I swear to God, I'm not doing it on purpose. I swear to God, I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just in here. It's in here. It's like waiting to get out. Is me saying 6, 7. Do you guys want to see something cool? 6, 7 spatial dimensions. It's a real theory in real physics, right? Yes, of course. Let me find this. Did I save it? Sometimes I save Instagram reels because I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like I need to appreciate how stupid it is later. I go on Instagram too much. Where is it? Hold on, chat. It's a good payoff. It's related to 6, 7, which maybe is not a good way of advertising it. Can I just search it? Hold on. No, I can't find it. No, damn it. I missed it. Oh well. It was 6, 7, but in Serbian. And it was the whole song. And I thought it was very funny. That's gonna be stuck in my brain forever. It's cool that that's the meme that's not going away. Yeah, I think the reason why 6-7 isn't going away is because it is like kind of the meme in a sense. It's a complete floating signifier. It means absolutely nothing. And so it's like, why would we go on to the next one? If like the reason is, it's not funny because of a reason. Here we go.
Ja sam divljak, puno mrtvih, puno dima. Ne mreš da tak samo primaš. Zlato, ružan, ja sam miran. Uzme cijevi, počne svirat. Čuju brk, krenu umira. 6-7.
Yeah. 6-7. Anyway, I don't know why it sends me those. It's going away but that's the thing about it being a meme for kids is that it's like this is like a millennial coded chat, but I said 6 or 7 spatial dimensions. And look at all you go, right? It's not just school children. You think this is millennial coded chat? What do you guys think? It's uncoded? 6-7 is a millennial coded meme. That's true. Your boomer coworkers are saying exactly. It's like, let's see. Manager poll. What gen are you? Alpha, Zoomer, Millennial, Gen X, Boomer. She said. Maybe it's more Zoomer. It's like late Zoomer. Possibly. You know what meme has been killing me? I keep getting these. It's like gay Tony Stark. I posted this as the like we're live tweet on Twitter. But it's like
I love you.
It's just shit like that where it's like when you're sitting in class and realizing you might take, it's like DIH, and then it's like Tony Stark and he's like it's the stupidest. There's a boomer. When you're doing when you're doing the dishes in the kitchen and realize you might genuinely be gay. It's so stupid. It's half Zoomer, half millennial. The stream memes about being gay are so funny. My favorite, I think, is the ones where it's like LeBron doing some crazy, dunk, and it's like, when he kisses your neck and you realize and you remember how you used to think that you liked women. Which the implication is that like LeBron is I don't know even what to search to get that on Instagram. I've definitely liked one of them. They're so stupid. We have a boomer. Let's go. I watched an episode of I Love LA by Oomphy. I think. Maybe she's not on Twitter anymore. I feel like she probably shouldn't be on Twitter. Rachel Sino. Is that how you pronounce her name? Oh, maybe she deleted her Twitter. That's funny. Well, never mind. We're not even peace anymore. I respect that. I think it's cool she went from... People are saying, like, it's... Oh, she went from, like, Twitter e-girl to, like... It's like, well, it's not. That's not because she was a Twitter e-girl. It's kind of more behind-the-scenes thing. I don't think that's really a social capital you can cash in to do that. But it's about being 27 years old. And as a 27-year-old, I thought it was okay. It just seems like it's like, I can't believe it's not girls. Like, girls did it better than... It's like if girls didn't have, like... Because Lena Dunham is, like... Say what you will about Lena Dunham. It's fucking insane she wrote that at 25. She wrote and, like, what, directed or, like, produced Girls at, like, 25. It's crazy. And it's like you already kind of... I mean, Girls is about being in your early 20s, and this is about, like, specifically influencer shit in your, like, late 20s. Lena Dunham, thank you for making Girls, Lena Dunham. Yeah, I was mid-20s when I made Girls. Being 27 is so cringe. What's next? 28? What a fucking joke. That's basically the premise of the show. Dude loves the show Girls. I had to stop watching Girls after a while because they're all just like such bad people. Like, I was like, this is really interesting. This is writing about a thing that I feel like isn't written about. It almost like sometimes feels like that sort of subjectivity. Being a young woman in that way in this culture, it feels like it's like surprisingly, however much culture is obsessed with women in their 20s, there's nothing about us, really. It's about us, but not, you know, it's a bad way of putting it, but I think you know what I mean. So now it's probably a less shitty personally done, I'm sure. I mean, that is like remember the Lena Dunham thing where she just loved saying the N-word? Like, no, I mean, yeah, but like, she's a good writer. And I mean, I guess I should say in this context, the About Us is also like white women. And I think that's also the case for I Love LA. She's a Red Scare fan? I'm sure she is. Forgot about that, I guess? Yeah. I mean, I think most people forgot about Lena Dunham for the most part. That is very... Like, she stopped existing as a cultural figure after Donald Trump won. Like, if Hillary Clinton won, we would have remembered a lot more Lena Dunham. Like, she would have been around a bit more. That's the thing about Girls, though, is that, like, you can see how it is her. You can see how that character is her. What is this? Lena Dunham responds to backlash over... What about Beckham Jr.? During a witty conversation with fellow comedian Amy Schumer, Lena Dunham recounted how she sat with an NFL player at the Met Gala. I was sitting with Ujay. It was amazing. It was like he looked at me and he determined I was not the shape of woman by his standards. He was like, that's a marshmallow, that's a child, that's a dog. It wasn't mean, he just seemed confused. Dunham 30 continued. The vibe was very much like, do I want to fuck it? Is it wearing a tuxedo? Yeah. See, it's funny though, because like, that's why Girls is such an interesting, because like, this is a thing that, what is her name? Is it literally named? No, it's Hannah. Like, this is a thing that Hannah would say. Like, that Lena Dunham would write in the show as a thing that Hannah's doing that's embarrassing. Yeah, I forgot. I think I do remember this. She's an insecure narcissist, which is the worst combination. True. Yeah, but at a certain point to stop watching, because all these characters are like, none of these characters are fucking redeemable people. I don't think any narcissists are self-aware. I don't think that that's true. I feel like I'm pretty self-aware. I'm just kidding. SNTC, what is that? IFLA, I think is Sex and the City, yeah. People also people use narcissism in a lot of different contexts. Or like narcissism in the kind of vague sense is, I think, very different than like narcissistic personality disorder. Or like, I think a big thing with people with NPD is, yeah, they like lack of self-awareness. Adam Driver was in that, yeah. I remember that. That's so funny. I forgot that Adam Driver was like the insane guy she has a relationship with. Yes, no, the thing about one of the girls is Brian Williams' daughter. Like, people would always call it's like Nepo baby. Because I think they all do kind of have that, don't they? The four main ladies. I don't even mean dark triad trait of narcissism. I just mean like narcissism means someone who is narcissistic. You know, you can tell someone they're being narcissistic. Do you see the distinction I'm making? I don't know if that makes sense. Latest cryptic White House tweet? No. Did you see, I'm sure all of you have seen the fucking Sabrina Carpenter thing, which is very funny. She got like 1 million likes on her thing of like, don't. People substitute baby self-absorbed. 1.5 million likes, and they deleted the post. She went woke. See, woke is back. The people yearn for woke, culturally speaking. And Sydney Sweeney apologized. Woke is back. They were mocking Sabrina. Did you guys see that? Sydney Sweeney presumably got a new publicist, I guess. That was so awesome. Remember when all the right-wing people were like triumphantly being like, yes, she's one of us. And it was like that screenshot of the interviewer. And then it's like, you know, the interviewer would be like, you don't think black people are equal? And then they would like playing with dolls be like, and she said no. And then, yeah, that did not do very well for the films that she was in. Did she genuinely just get a new publicist? Okay, I thought... I thought someone was joking about that, but that's funny that that's actually what happened. Hunter and Mo have been hanging out with her. Is that a new thing, or is that the old thing? That's my thing about... I posted this before. It's like, the she don't have internet. She don't have internet. Yeah, it was right after that. They were seen in public. It was so interesting how all of the backlash there, it was a white trans woman and a white cis woman hanging out with her, and no one mentioned the white cis woman. And it's interesting because it's like you see this a lot with generally when marginalized people have like problematic opinions, let's say, is there is this belief of like the idea of like you should know better turns into like that means I'm going to punish you more. You could see there's a certain like, I mean, this is old enough I can't like find specific examples where like there kind of is a feeling of like people revel in the control that they might have over marginalized people, of like I'm letting you have rights, and like you know, you might want to think of not doing that because I decide whether you have rights or not. Yes. This was the Listen, she don't have internet. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
This is unbelievably great.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't watch all of it. That's just I'm such a fat fucking chud. God, it's gonna be that literally forever, by the way. Sydney Sweeney, and then behind her it's three Labubu's doing 6-7. Did you see, I can't remember which interview that was. It was with Jimmy Fallon, with the person being interviewed asked like, okay, think of the worst thing you've ever done. And he had some reaction. It's like I can't imagine what that actually is for Jimmy Fallon, because that man does not have a soul. Like, he's completely sold his soul. He's like sold his soul the most you could possibly sell your soul. Yes, liberals chastising Muslims for voting uncommitted is another example where it's like, hey, look, you're here because we tolerate you as like a non-white, non-Christian group. Like, you know, we can overturn this if we want to, if you act up. God, the discourse around that was so fucking stupid. It's crazy how like liberals don't believe in liberalism at all. Like, American liberals just do not believe in liberalism. They do not believe in the concept of representative democracy. They believe in like fuck you. Our party institution is less bad than the other one. And if you don't actively fucking support us, then it's actually because you're evil.
I am gay.
Thank you, Crystal Death. I am gay. True. Because you think like that's how it would work like for liberal democracy. It's like, okay, well, this is an important part of your coalition, and they say we'll only vote for you if you don't participate and actively encourage a genocide. It's like, well, we have made the decision to actively continue to, you know, facilitate the genocides and not actually have any red line for Netanyahu or use your influence to stop the war meaningfully. They're not going to vote for you now. That is liberal democracy working. But they're like, no, that like the reality that these fucking liberals perceive of like is like, it is like a boot stamping on a human face forever. It is, you're right, I guess it is, it's capital D Democrats who are just do not actually believe in liberalism. Like, they don't believe it at all. The concept of like, it is a specifically odd like quirk of the American system too, and how strange and like, I guess oddly even like illiberal it is sometimes. They don't believe in liberalism because they don't actually think of liberal politics as like representing, like, we have a party for the different social political blocks, and that those parties in the realm of electoral politics have to vie for power by like representing various people. The idea, it's not representative. It's like there are two parties and our institution is better, so fuck you. Like, how dare you actually try to influence, use literally the one thing in liberal representative democracy that you have to exert influence over parties, which is vote for them or not vote for them. Like, how does this mechanism work at all if, like, you think it's fucked up that a person does not, like, if you think it's fucked up that a person rescinds their support of a party over a genocide? Like, if it's over, if you're complaining about this over a genocide, like, there's literally nothing. Where's the context where liberal democracy is actually supposed to work in your mind? Is it literally just like, well, one of the parties is fascist and evil, and so, like, we just cannot do democracy anymore? Because it's like, I have bad news for you about, like, the political opinions that your fucking social economic system produces. They'll always walk back with, you're supposed to support Trump. Exactly. It's like, it's such a myopic, grim view of politics. This goes back to the thing I said, that I do consider myself an optimist. Like, far more optimistic. Like, a lot of the people who call themselves optimistic are actually deeply pessimistic, because they think that they are excited and think that this is all that human beings are capable of, and we should just embrace that. It's like, why are you trying to make something better? I feel like my general response to that is that I wouldn't insult humankind by implying that what we've achieved now is all that we are possible of doing, because I just do not think that is true. And to look at a lot of the political movements, the real movements politically that are happening, and to think that they can achieve any sort of end state of meaningful human accomplishment. What's the way of putting it? Sorry, my brain isn't. And to think that the movements that currently exist could produce, like, an equitable, fair, just state of being, is to, like, insult what justice, what fairness actually means, and what society we are actually capable of building. It is actually, yeah. To be an optimist, you actually have to be deeply pessimistic in a certain sense, in terms of how it practically appears. Yeah, I do think in a very, that's why I like Adorno, is I do think in a very negative way. I told you all, like, I'm saying I'm obsessed with men is such a funny way of contextualizing what that is. Because I do think masculinity is a very clear, like, point of, as an institution, a set of practices, an identity, is a very obvious, like, I would say flashpoint of, like, how our society is broken. It's a very easy way of thinking of a lot of those things concretely. What's wrong with the girl dreaming about men? That's so true. The wokes, they don't want you to do this. They're not happy with me thinking about men. They want me to think about women. I say no. I refuse. Also, gift subs are much appreciated. I'm doing the promotion thing. So for a limited time, for 3 hours, the next 3 hours, 35% off on 5 or more gift subs. Is that a brown bear? Milkshake, thank you. Yippee, kept nice, thank you. For the 5 gift subs, we'll have to see it. So it's money printer hours for gift subs.
Oh, it's okay, I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Because I also have the 70/30 now. It's a really good. I cannot remember what book that is. It's a book on essays about Adorno that talks about this. I cannot believe it's the opening essay. I cannot believe I'm blanking on it. No dono link. Just through Twitch. But you to write fan fiction between you and Cassie Pritchard. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're talking about men. This is interesting. FBI making a list of American extremists. Leaked memo reveals. This is Ken Klippenstein. What did it say? Pam Bondi is ordering the FBI to compile a list of groups or entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism. And this is just like radical gender ideology, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. Anti-Christianity is fucking crazy. You think I'm gonna make the list? I hope not. I think it's for Americans. What are the odds Hassan Piker gets on? What are the odds, folks? What do we think? 100%. Largely blown off the story of NSPM 7. Just Trump bluster and too crazy to be serious, but a memo like this one shows that the administration is absolutely taking this seriously. Is actually working to operationalize it. Yeah, that's not good. JD Vance talked about Shockgate. He's on the list. You're totally right. JD Vance knows who's... Oh, God. Oh. No, it sounded for... Like... Look, people don't know about me. People don't know about me, bro. I'm happy about it. I'm trying to get the ratio, like, of, like... income... Like, the highest ratio of, like... income to I'm blanking on how ratios work, whether this is the lowest or the highest, embarrassingly, of like income to memorability. I'm min-maxing. I'm trying to find the way of making the most comfortable living while the least amount of people know that I exist, or I'm gonna be honest. That was something I realized, like being the center of attention a lot on Twitter recently. Fucking nerd. Thank you for 3 months. Yeah, no, I'm worried. Hassan, yeah. I mean, bro, if yeah. Pamplemousse, thank you for the 5 gift subs. We love to see it. You've been hype train.
I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
It's true. People tell me this all the time. If you would like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. Like the lizard. It's 35% off for 5 gift subs if you like to give me money. We got the 70-30 split for cooking. I can't remember what I was saying. I can't remember what I was in the middle of saying. Was I a special guest in Hassan's election stream? Bro, I can't even remember that. I think it was on Will Neff's stream. Dad Cop, thank you.
I am gay.
Oh yeah. I realized after being the center of a lot of discourse that like the people who are constantly doing that and are constantly baiting that out are just like pathologically histrionic. Like that's just it. Is that they have a desperate need to be at the center of attention. And the idea of like thousands of people talking about them is like the most, like regardless of how it is, like it's like, and I am not like that. I'm not a person who's like that. You were 29 for sure. How do I not remember this? You are, thank you.
I am gay.
Miss Points, yes. Or, what you mean? Wait, sorry. I thought you were calling me Miss Posting. I can't remember when I changed that. I was called those people narcissists. Oh no, you Contra. Oh, okay. You think Contra is histrionic? I think she hates it. I don't think so. I think she's motivated by something else. Here for posting day one. Narcissism is different than being histrionic. They're similar. Pure B, thank you.
Oh, I had no idea.
Bring my goat. Shout out to Pure B. Follow her on Twitch if you don't. We're on a hype train, viewers. What are we talking? We're talking about Twitter drama. We love it, don't we, folks? Yeah, I think it's the opposite. I think the reason why Contra is so miserable is because she doesn't like being at the center of attention. I think like... She knows what she's doing, but it's more that it's a self-harm thing. You baited the transphobes. Laziest bait in Newark. It always works. It always works. The thing about Twitter bait is that it always works. Because people want to be baited. They want to take the bait because they feel good being baited. They're little piggies. I'm kind of mixing my metaphors here. Oink oink. I guess it doesn't make them fish. Yes, also heroes, thank you. It's limited time only, 25% off for 5 gift subs, or 33% off or something for 5 gift subs. So if you want to give me money, most efficient time to do so. I have a couple of these promotion thingies to use, but I've used a bit of it now.
It's okay. I'm
Thank Techno, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
We love to see it. Love efficiency when you're following. Exactly. We love to see it. That's what it's all about, honestly. Yeah, no. I can't imagine, like, wanting to be at the center of attention is not my personality type. It has never been. Especially. I think, like, numbers are also very different than, like, people saying things. Like, I think everyone likes having... With that as an thank you.
Oh, it's okay. I'm trans.
And I'm Rick, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the
Thank
time.
you for the 5 gift subs. Have you ever moved many such cases? I did buy Iron RuneScape. I have an Iron Man that's got like 12 or 1300 total level. Although this is like my 4th Iron Man I've made. And some of the things I'm just like tired of doing. So I kind of just play for fun. Like I was doing forestry a lot. Like I got to like 80 woodcutting. Because I just liked it. It was like, oh, this is a new thing. I like the outfit. I like the felling axe. It's really cool. But I'm not like doing the like, oh, you have to do all the quests. Like I'm just like, I could do that when I was like 19, and the only thing I did was like it was either school or if it was the summer, it was like a 9 to 5. And then I went to the gym, and then like I went home and like studied and played like that was my RuneScape Iron Man that I got like, you know, I got like a fire cape and into like the mid game for. But I just don't. Obviously RuneScape, old school RuneScape. Obviously, I would never. Buff. You can see I'm ripped. But I'm too unk now. I don't have it in me. Iron Man chopping wood, realizing he low-key might be gay. Many such cases. E5 playtime check? It's honestly only like 50 hours. I might just wait till they update it. Yeah, 47 hours. I might just wait till they update it. I also just feel like I don't have the time. I'm like 50 sailing right now. I wanted to get my construction up again because it was like 40 because it was like blocking me. There's a bunch of stuff blocking me from getting the new. This song it's so catchy. We love this song. Still Hype Train if you'd like to contribute. Again, it's 35% off I think for gift subs, for 5+ gift subs. So if you'd like to give me money, it's the most opportune time.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Ruby, thank you.
I had no idea.
Thank you.
Do whatever you want.
I'd love to see it. Thank you. Salute. Celtics winning the last 10 of 12 games. I don't like it. That's kind of like asking me what are my opinions on like Trump approval rating when they were high. It's like, why? I mean, what do you think? I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good for society. It's like that tweet. What is the tweet where it's like, don't ever say let Russ be Russ. That's like saying let Hitler be Hitler. NBA Twitter is so funny. John Fetterman's autobiography. There was a Chapo episode I was gonna listen to. That's like the only like stream/podcast I consume is just Chapo. Kanye will begin to Starmer. I think he has the juice. I think it'll slowly go down. I don't think it's gonna Starmer. But they have an episode on it, so I'm excited to watch that or listen to that. QA is decent. I'm happy to hear it. Favorite true things we do Selena Gomez with her dogs, and then being lovely to her. That's the way to tell someone is nice. Of course, someone has to comment that Hitler's dogs felt the same. Of course. What is this? Little sperm. That's funny. It is like, it is funny that LeBron is like one of the places where like straight men can kind of get out their like repressed homosexual urges. Is all the memes about like having gay sex with LeBron. Jennifer Fetterman funny. Also, thank you everyone for the gift subs. 30 subs. We love to see it. I'm gonna sneeze. Yeah, Fetterman is like, it's the same with. Well, I mean, it's not as much the same with the insane transphobic congresswoman, because like that lady is fucking crazy. That lady was in beef in like a beef with the airport. It was fucking insane. She was releasing like she is actually an insane woman. It's crazy. Nancy Mace, yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't like when she does transphobic harassment towards my internet friends. I think that, you know, she's obviously evil. She's like more evil than... But it's a similar kind of... Valentina Gomez on Twitter. That's familiar. She likes beans a lot. Yes, Valentina Gomez. Yes. I love, yes, I do. You know, she's like, it's funny, she's like 25. Yes, no, of course. She's awesome. Yeah, that lady's crazy. Yeah, that's an insane woman. Absolutely.
Your samurais protecting rapist Muslims while sending British patriots to prison for posting memes online. They already took your guns, your swords, and raped your women. You have nothing else to lose.
They already took your swords.
Don't forget, you're the majority.
What is this?
I've said it before and I'll say it again. For me, this is just an election and politics is fun. But for you, this is your life. And I'll tell you why they don't want me in Congress. Because I'm not controlled and because I catch pedophiles. And Congress is full of them. That's why they have covered up for Jeffrey Epstein for years. And nobody will ever go to prison for it.
It's crazy. Like, you can tell, like, the Trump... She catches pedophiles is crazy.
I'm the underdog in this race. And the odds are stacked against me. But this is David versus Goliath. This is the establishment against me. So listen very close.
It does really read like someone who's trying to be like a... You know those influencers that just like interview women on the street and they're like, what's your body count? Like, she's got like that sort of aura to her.
Come at me with everything that you have. None of you made me, so you cannot break me. Jesus is king. God bless you all.
It's weird. It's like, yeah, weird like right-wing influencer... Instagram influencer cadence. It's fascinating. It's fair to make fun of someone's language skills. Well, it's not a language skill thing. Because I mean, I guess is she like ESL? Which is maybe like the words are fine. They're like coherent sentences. It's just performed in a really weird way. That is another... I kind of didn't... The delivery is bad. She does have an odd accent. That's so cool that she's hanging out with like Laura Loomer. I love that this... Whoever this is got a smiley. She came in 5th in the last primary. Yeah, she's just like... It's like an early AI voice iteration I like. Yeah. No, it's definitely something. It's definitely something, that's for sure. I also like that like the Trump approval is so bad now that like even she is doing the like there are pedophiles and they're covering up the Epstein stuff. But she's not going to name Trump specifically. He's Mr. Pedophile. It's true. Also, speaking of pedophiles, did you guys see like the new Destiny Hasbara line? Is that like the minor that he was sexting testified in court that it wasn't her and it was actually her boyfriend? And so their defense is literally like, look, he was texting an adult man thinking it was a child. Which is like, actually is like he's acquitted. Which is like, if you think about it, literally just like, is just to catch a predator. Like, he just like to catch the predator himself. I mean, presumably that is a thing of like, this woman doesn't want to be involved in this. You know, you don't want to under oath say that you were sending what legally constitutes child pornography to someone. Because the idea that it was like, it is like an absurd, but like they're running with it. They're like, is she suing? No, I don't think. It came up in court because it related to some legal proceedings. I think I actually don't know the details. I can't remember which. But that is like the Desbara. Someone said. Play Money Crusher, thank you. It's so cool, like... Yeah. It's crazy he's still going at all. I think at some point it's just he has like so little shame. Because like Destiny I think actually is like a sociopath. Or like, I actually don't think he has the capacity to feel empathy. Like genuinely he's one of those people. Maybe he's a narcissist or something. There's something deeply wrong with that man. Um, I think he just doesn't. He must not care, because usually, like, most people are in that space and they're like, well, I can just retire and I can leave. There is something pathological. And like that's what's so crazy of all the people who like distance themselves, but only after, like, was specifically after like the sexing a minor stuff came out, because it was like he was already evil. Like, this is clearly something where you kind of knew what was up about him, but you don't give a shit because he's like kind of useful. Even though, like, he's like lol cowing his fucking son. God, like, remember that? Remember the son stuff? Where his 14-year-old son was genuinely like, I'm a griper, I'm a Nazi, I love Nick Fuentes. And I feel like my dad wasn't there for me at all. That he like left where I was to go to California to, you know, functionally, as we see, like, have like a weird like harem of like Orbiter fangirls that he's like abusing. It's like, clearly this is having a terrible effect on this poor child. That's the thing. He was always terrible. He was always he was terrible when he played. When I watched him as a StarCraft streamer, he was a fucking evil person. Like, it was never ambiguous. It was never ambiguous. Even though like a lot of the evil shit, it was like, while you hear stories among streamers, and like you can't just like you can't outwardly accuse someone, especially someone like Destiny, who's such a mobilized kind of like doing evil shit, like running a weird like sex cult, I guess. You can't really accuse someone of that if it's just like rumors, and especially someone like Destiny, who's so mobilized, who's such a mobilized like harassment based audience. That's one of the reasons why he does have that audience, by the way. It's a shield. People feel afraid to speak out. I can't remember how I was stretching, but like, you know, even not counting those sort of stories, like the things he objectively was doing are just like fucking insane. That is the difference. Like, it was funny. I said this before, that I like wasn't on Twitch, or I wasn't on Twitter for a while, and I logged back on to see people were still doing the Stalin discourse, and there was someone who had followed me who like added me, and it was like, you know, known Hassan orbiter at LivAgar doesn't realize something. It was like an argument. And it was just like, it was posted like 10 minutes ago, and I was like, oh, you guys are still, like, I haven't been on for a fucking week, you guys are still doing this. But like, that is one thing I will say about Hassan, is that like, he doesn't reward like, the concept of a Hassan orbiter doesn't really make as much sense. Because he doesn't reward that dynamic in the same way that Destiny does. Like, Destiny wants people who are, everything they're talking about on stream is him, and, you know, they're glazing him and they'll defend him. And, you know, it's like, he rewards people for doing it. Like, he had an ecosystem about it. And one of the things he would do, apparently, for the, like, the female orbiters, is like have sex with them and post revenge porn of them to other people. Apparently, as we saw. Yeah, it really facilitates such an evil. And then you see, when he facilitates a culture like that, then like, you're making an army of people that can do targeted harassment for you, basically, which includes, like, you know, other streamers, other influencers. You're disadvantaged being a Hassan orbiter. That's true. Takes all your damn viewers. He never, as we can see with my viewer count, which I guess is that me saying I'm a Hassan orbiter. I don't know what it means to orbit Hassan. I used to talk about him a lot. He is like, it's kind of a Kiwi Farms adjacent. I mean, remember the Keffel stuff? I mean, that was how they paid attention to her. Was she was like standing up for, what was it, Bob posting? It was some trans woman Destiny was yelling at. And she stood up for that lady to Destiny. And then that's when they noticed her. Maybe it was Doe. I can't remember. There's a long list. That's a throwback. That was crazy. I was talking to Victoria. I've like how like Unkown, and I remember like I can't remember why I brought up Keffels, and this is Vic Wingley on Twitter, and she was like, "Who's that?" I was like, "Oh, I'm old. I've been in this for a long time." She is older than me, but like, it isn't old. It's like I've been in this for too long. It was good. I mean, that is just someone who like can't deal with having a big audience. I think that's just kind of how that went. That's just not. Which is like, the thing is that it's like that is most people. I'm beginning more and more to realize, maybe not to that degree, but that like most people cannot deal with having any sort of big audience. I think that is like, that's probably pretty typical. Lights were too bright. But yeah. What else has been going on? Do you think having a big podcast prep you to be somewhat normal? No, the podcast, not really. Because podcasting is a bit easier. Like, no one talks about QA in the discourse. It's not like remember like 2019, like Chapo? You know, like, because like QA gets a lot of listeners. Like we have a good amount of listeners. It's a pretty big base of people. But like no one, it's not discourse though. Like that's really what. Remember 2019? No, fair enough. Also an older audience, yes. I think that's probably true. Gary's not in the direct club. Well, Julian and I think probably. But not in terms of discussion. Well, yeah, like Chapo, it's a very millennial thing. Which I was gonna see by Trump. What was that? I don't remember that. Like that was, I remember like, did Will get sued by a Trump guy? I don't remember that. QA is old head though. Yeah, it's more than millennial probably. And it's not like discourse. Yeah, it's less like attention because of Twitter social capital. Like I have the biggest Twitter account. Like Travis has a bit of a following. A bit is crazy for like someone who has like 100,000 followers. How many followers does Travis have? No, he's got like 80. He's like 80K. But it's really not through Twitter. The reach. Hassan was on early QA. Yes, he was. Hassan went. They went to the same like rally or something. This is the story. Travis gave me the story. That was like super early because I think Julian, he's like, it's like LA media people. The really cool, the goated old QAA lore is fuck, what is that guy's name? Is the guy was he married to Roseanne formerly, or was it Rosie? I always mix up. He's the guy who used to be married to Roseanne. One of my earliest, like, Tom Arnold, which is the really old. Tom Arnold is fucking insane, but they interviewed him in like, was it like 2019? I can't remember when the QA podcast actually started. This is before they had me on, which is also funny. Tom Arnold followed me on Twitter when I had like independently of that, when I had like 600 followers. And he does not follow that many people. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. That's my day one. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. Let's not think about why. Please do not speculate about why. But yeah, they independently, QAA, probably around the same time, did like an insane fucking interview with him. I can't remember. I don't want to tell the story about it that I received because I don't know which parts of it are put in the episode and which parts are like because I got the story about it and he's just saying insane fucking things. I hope it's I remember the last time I was looking up on Tom Arnold, he was like desperately trying to find a divorce lawyer because his previous one, he said, like, tricked him. And so I hope the divorce went well. I haven't. Happens to the best of us. Tom Arnold, actor, personal life. I don't think it really describes it. But yeah, that's my day one for some reason. I don't know why. Another day one that's funny is like Meg Bitchell. Like, we followed each other when we both had like 500 followers. And she's cooking, I think. Divorce was finalized July 2020. So that was a while ago. It must have been a different one then. I don't know. I can't remember. Wait, hold on. I need to get my charger because my phone is running out.
I am gay.
This is not correct. And Seth, thank you for the prime. 52 months. We'll have to see it. How am I gonna do this? That always annoys me. Yeah, that is like, I had some like Blue Sky post about that when it's like going on a date with a 40-year-old straight man, like practicing going on a date with a 40-year-old straight man. It's just you saying like, sorry, I don't do that anymore in the mirror. Five sets of sorry, I don't do that anymore. Let me find my other charger. Hold on. Sorry, I found it. Oop. There we go. Charging with my laptop. Oh yeah, Megatrex are the most insane fucking people on Twitter. It's crazy. Yeah, it's really something, isn't it? Meg Bitchel is her name. What else has been happening recently, chat? I don't know. There's lots of stuff there's always something to talk about, isn't there? There's always something to comment on. The essay, I think we talked about that. Tim Pool said that there was like a shooting outside his injection today. My injection day was yesterday and it fucking hurt. I don't know why. Like it actually was like, I was like, ow. And I don't know why. I don't know, like, is it the area? I'm doing like subcutaneous and it was like, let's see. I put a band-aid on it. It's like right here. I don't know, like that's a fine spot to put it in, and it was just you stick it in, it was like 45 or whatever, and then you let go, and then you put it. I don't know why, surely that shouldn't be hurting, right? I do have a belly button, I'm not a clone. I pinch your skin up tighter. Oh, okay. What size is the needle? It's incredibly small. Is it a 23 gauge? And it's like very tiny. But you're meant to do you think I'm hitting the muscle or something? You feel less problems in your ass? Okay. Because mine itches too. And I'm like, am I allergic to what I'm injecting myself with? Yeah, because it always gets itchy. That's why I keep the band-aid on, because I can't scratch it. Like I told my pharmacist and they were like, well, that's probably not good, but like you can't stop injecting yourself with it. Like it's a kind of a necessary medication. I might try, maybe I'll try on the thighs or something. At the level of your belly button, it hurts. When I do it below the belly button. Oh, okay, I feel like I haven't been doing it below. I'll try that. I did rotate. I'm rotating like one of them is one side of the belly button and then the next one 5 days later. But maybe I'm just like over like the outside. Yeah, I'm gonna look. I mean, I look for the thing. I want to make sure I get the right spot. Implant. I heard the problem with implant pellets is that they're kind of inconsistent. I do think the injections are just the best. Patches are also the problem with patches, as far as I remember. It's just I've learned everything from the Katie doc. Pellets generally far more expensive. Few providers. Defective composite insufficient. Dosing adjustments are highly spread out. Crush pellets unexpectedly high. Hard to DIY. And then the patches. More expensive. You need an anti-androgen. Skin irritation. Prone to falling off. Are not consistent with absorption. I wonder what the counter argument for a lot of these are. But the more that I see on it, the more it is just like, yeah, injections are the best ones. If you're not afraid of needles, they're just like goated. And it's silly because it's like everything's like fine. But I do have a min-max brain. Anyway. I found my levels are much better. Progesterone, there was a recent study up about progesterone that it is actually you can just take it immediately. And it does increase breast formation. Best brain to have for a trans woman, it is. I think so. It's very unfair that like you have to do so much shit to live like on average to live like a relatively normal life. And like all of the TTT stuff just comes from the fact that it's like a lot of people don't want to have to fucking do that. And like you're understandably bitter about it. Especially if you're not self-actualized. You have HRT? Probably. I mean, I know that there's isn't like some postmenopausal women do vaginal. Valorate sucks, yeah. The half-life, it's the only thing you can get in Canada, unfortunately. So I just do Valorate every 5 days. Yeah, endo's that sucks. You should endo. It's crazy how many like people whose job it is at least like or specialized in or at least like able to do trans healthcare like don't even know that you can inject estrogen, like that injections are like a method to do. Yeah, I'm honestly I've been having like some energy issues after being on injections. So I might get a bit of testosterone too. Cuz it's really good for energy. My understanding with a lot of the like there's a lot of fear mongering about high estrogen levels, but like, oh, you're gonna die if you're over a certain amount. We might as well like underdose you. It's like a lot of the well, it's funny, like a lot of that is for like they're importing cismenopausal figures for estrogen. Although like ironically, you can see like there isn't just trans misogyny in the medical system, there's also misogyny. Like the more that they look into menopausal like how long you can keep a woman on a cisgender or woman, natal female on hormone replacement therapy after menopause, like the more they look at it, the more they realize that you can do it for much longer. And then it's basically just been like, well, we don't want to risk it, so we're just gonna make like every woman who reaches the age of 50 just fucking suffer for the rest of their lives. Just to increase your energy. I think it's more that a lack of testosterone is bad for your energy. If you have a substantially low amount. Injecting progesterone, I was asking about this before, but apparently the half-life of it is just like not long enough. You'd have to inject every day. Boofing, which if for the cisgender chatters who are unaware, is shoving it up your ass, is better than taking progesterone orally because it processes through. Is it your kidney? I don't but a lot of it doesn't metabolize as progesterone. It metabolizes as other things. And I noticed when I did it orally that it affected it made me much more irritable. And it's just like I'm just on estrogen because it's cool. Saying on estrogen is funny. I love like being able to just like not have to take any pills or anything. I think it's nice. I'll get on it again eventually. It's cool to just like it's literally once every 5 days. I feel normal. None of this like taking 6 fucking pills every day or whatever. I've enjoyed it. That's why I do like the pellets appeal to me. I mean, I'm sure they're fine. I do injection monotherapy. I used to do pill monotherapy, but it was clearly not like, well, it's clearly not working is a silly thing to say, but like through all of 24, it's like half of 2025 and like all of 2024, I was doing that. It was just like sublingual, but it just like wasn't actually suppressing my testosterone enough. Which gave me more energy, which I liked. But my boobs got a lot smaller, so. Um, um, I don't know. The next meeting I have with my endo, I will talk about more testosterone. Oh, you chose taking Spy with E injections. Interesting. I feel like they're a better. Isn't Spyro not good? I can't remember. I found Spyro not to be not useful. I was on Ciproterone and that like actually nuked my. I mean, it works for some people. It is for skin issues, which is funny. It's suspended in sesame oil. Yes, I am worried that I'm allergic to the sesame oil that I'm injecting in my body, but they only fucking do sesame oil at the place. So it's like I can DIY, or I can get them to like, if I pay more and I wait longer, they can do some other. It's like it starts with a C, but like they only do fucking sesame oil. I don't think it's canola. It's something else. It's pretty cheap. I think it's pretty cheap in Canada. Castor oil, yeah. It is what you would think injecting sesame oil into your body would be bad for you. I might try one with the castor oil, just like pay extra. Cisgender oil, the oil that makes you cisgender. But I don't know. It isn't good that it's itchy. Yeah, do beef tallow. It's certainly a choice considering sesame is a pretty top allergen. Yeah, the Canadian pharmacies are not very good with apparently. Well, the funny thing is I do love eating sesame oil. Like I consume a lot of sesame oil. I was talking about this before. Like I'm worried it would suck if I was allergic to sesame oil. Because I love I put it in fucking everything. I always make sure I have like a good amount of vegetables every day because it's healthy to consume fiber. And like one of my go-tos is just like chopping up cucumber, like MSG, salt, sesame oil, and a bit of like soy sauce, which is like incredibly, it's a bit of like an autism meal, but the sesame oil is so good. I put that shit on everything. And I'm fine though. Like maybe it's a difference like injecting it. MSG is so good. I cannot believe they like, this must be a racism thing, right? Because it's like popular in China. It's like, oh, MSG is gonna kill you. It's not gonna kill you. It's delicious. It's delicious. Absolutely a racism thing. Standard white person ruining their cuisine through racism. It's like how people are now, like the anti-Indian racism is so bad that like people are saying that like Indian food is gross on Twitter. And it's like, what are we fucking doing, brother? That's crazy. Yeah, it's the thing is, it's like the old school, like British race. They still love Indian food. Like we're getting to like a horrifying point. Maybe it's a specifically American thing. Probably is. Based MSG Science reason why I invented a paper and then cited that paper a bunch. Many such cases. Chinese restaurant syndrome. A group of symptoms that is held to affect susceptible persons eating food, and especially Chinese food heavily seasoned with MSG. They literally called it Chinese restaurant syndrome. That's correct. I thought that this was going to be like an ironic thing of like someone making fun of that belief. Nope. Well, that's no good at all. I personally don't like this. I do love the shopping at TNT. It's great. I am the white person in the Chinese supermarket, which there was a discourse about that on TikTok, like speaking negatively about white people who go to Asian supermarkets. And it's like, lock me up, brother. If it's bad to do that, lock me the fuck up. I think most people said it was fine, but there was definitely someone who was like, "Ugh, white people at a." Which I don't know. There is also a difference between like people love jumping on marginalized people and yelling at them, and when it's like someone's just venting, it's like, who cares? Great example, the blue lady who was like, I just got out of a decade-long abusive relationship with a trans man. I'm done dating trans men. I'm only gonna date trans women now. Where apparently that was really fucked up, according to a group of men's rights activists, I guess. What else has been going on? I figured out how to log on to TikTok on... Oh, it broke. Okay, never mind. The TikTok browser is so shit. It's like even worse than Twitter, which is so funny. Like sometimes it just breaks completely. They're doing transmeninism, yeah. I follow the stupidest. I just like this. Look, this is the first Instagram post. My boyfriend, when he tells me he's low-key into scat, so I just slide him some Parenti and he just fucking dies from coming. True. It's true. It's true. It's so... They should make likes not public on Instagram. One new account on Instagram that I really like, which I think Josh Integer made a joke that this is just smiling friends.
You always tell on job apps. I say I'm proficient in Excel. On job apps. I say I'm proficient in Excel. Let me see what the comments say on that one.
It's so smiling friends coded.
How many outfits you really got versus how many combos you rotate?
3 fits, infinite combos.
Let me see what the comments say on that one.
It's just every single one is just this. It's incredible.
What's one thing you realize only after going broke? All my friends only loved me when I was buying food.
Which I think like now it's AI generated. Like, is that?
Boy, as soon as the fries gone, so is the friendship.
That I was already broke, I just had overdraft protection.
Ain't nothing like fake riches and real fees. Let's see what the comments say. What's one?
Was this one AI too? Oh, maybe it is. Fuck, it's so over.
I say I'm proficient in the.
I did not realize that was AI. That the guy on the right is AI. I thought this guy was like someone was using a filter. Let's see what the comments. Streamer looking for a joke. Let's see what the comments say. That's so true. I am URL laboring to produce the product that makes me money, and I'm stealing all your jokes. That's true. I love these memes so much. Gay Tony Stark. The Calciad, what was this one? What was was there a Calciad that people were losing their minds about? Or did I just watch a Calciad and I didn't know? Or just sharing. I'm done. I've moved on from stealing jokes from you guys, and I'm just like, I'm just stealing from my Instagram reels. Clocking in at the joke factory. When fine shit genuinely trying to get your Insta, but you're low-key been into men lately. And every time all of the audio, the description is just Chinese. I don't know why that is. A lot of the Instagram reels I get, the description is Chinese, and I'm unsure what that's doing. These memes are so funny.
GPT, please generate a new show
because
as Israeli IDF soldiers will love.
Generating new show for Israeli baby no money fans. Generation complete. Your new show is called Invincible.
This is so funny because it's making fun of AI, but it is also completely AI generated. Like, that's how embedded that is in terms of like people who are too lazy to make a meme. Like seeing a non-AI generated meme like that. Like, I mean, I guess it's mainly just text to speech. So I guess it's less. Anyway, what else is going on the internet? I actually don't know what that show is. I just like that meme format.
We need
This is the I found the clip. This is the like I was talking about this before, like Kyle Kalinske becoming a tanky.
Asian camps, bro. We might need re-education.
I don't ignore this guy. It's just he's adding nothing to.
I'm not so sure a gulag was a bad idea. Come to think of it,
because this is in reaction to remember that debate Mehdi Hassan had, where all the guys were like, "I am a fascist. You should be deported."
This is making me understand a lot of things I previously did not understand. I never used to understand authoritarian left movements. I'd be like, why are you authoritarian? Just be like libertarian left. Listening to these motherfuckers? I'm like, oh, I see. They had to do something about you motherfuckers. You weren't going to get along. You weren't going to play nice. Well, if we let you do what you want to do, there'd be a lot of fucked up shit happening. We got to go a little further, don't we?
It's true. It's true. Yep, that's true. This post has been fact-checked by real Bolsheviks. True. That is how I feel about the American South, especially. Is that culture, that like the white American South, it just has to be removed by force. That cannot you can't just remove the institution of the state. Like there is a fundamentally racist like civil society that functions on a plantation logic and its extension. You gotta use, there needs to be sustained force there. Yeah, Reconstruction. It all comes back to Reconstruction, doesn't it? Actual Reconstruction. Woke residential schools for rural white Americans. Yeah, there you go. Makes you think. Yeah. Anyway. Folks, if you would like to give me money, it's much appreciated. For the next, like, is it like 2 hours? The next 2 hours, 35% off 5 or more gift subs. So if you want to give me money, this is the best time. Folks, I love money. Shout out to money, folks. We love it. Don't we, folks? Is that well, Bix, thank you. Best I got. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Can you see me a communist? I'm reading Capital like it's a fucking instruction manual. That was the crazy. Did you get the thing that Marx's mom said about him, which is like he's spending too much time writing about Capital and not enough time getting some. Like I'm paraphrasing, but genuine comment that Karl Marx's mother made about him.
Was like 6 or 7 shots where you had sequence was like 6 or 7 shots.
She looks so worried. I get a better lighting setup. Is it? What does Schopenhauer's mom say? Was Schopenhauer's mom like L plus Hegel better? L son plus Hegel better. Is accusing Ariana Grande of having an eating disorder sexist? That was another fascinating discourse. Eating disorder stuff. Because, I mean, she like, Ariana Grande used to have an eating disorder, like, a pro-anorexia, like, Tumblr, when she was, like, a Disney star. Like, it's clearly not good. I don't actually know what the problem is, just that it's, like, you can see how, like, ED Twitter people, which really sucks, because, like, it is kind of an insane thing of, like, ED Twitter, like, it's hard to compare it to other types of disordered activities, because it's, like, actually the thing that's, like, literally killing us is good, and more people should have the same, like, pathology that we do. And it's like, it's so difficult too, because eating disorder stuff spreads so well, like, memetically. Like, you can't, like, Bluetooth someone in alcoholism, an addiction to alcoholism, the way that you can, like, an eating disorder, you know? So the people who have, like, eating disorders and are, like, very proud of it and kind of, and, like, fat shame anyone who isn't, like, added unhealthy BMI. I don't, maybe unhealthy BMI is like a silly way of thinking about it. I don't know. Because the problem, again, the problem where it's like, well, I don't even know how you deal with that. Because, yeah, she's not, she probably does have some, like, because the ED Twitter people love it. They're like, that's my queen. She's doing it. It's incredible. This is such good influence for us. Like the evil, people who are trying to, because yeah, I mean that could like, eating disorders are really difficult. I saw the rates for anorexia. I can't remember what the rates are for like people who enter remission, but it's not like 100%. Like it is a difficult thing. Even when someone realizes it's bad and that they're trying to be better about it, it can be like very pervasive, very difficult thing to fight. I think counting calories is ED Jason. Oh, if he's a bodybuilder, that's the thing, is like a lot of the bodybuilder stuff just does encourage eating disorders. That's pretty typical for a bodybuilder though. I mean, and part of that is like, well, a lot of men have eating disorders, but it's in a different way because the beauty standard is different. I do think that anorexia in particular has like one of the reasons we focus on it, outside of the fact that like the current beauty standard obviously encourages it, and people think, and the thing before about the point that lady was making about how like that I was talking about the bean soup thing, that one of the reasons why people are so focused on anorexia is because like you tend to be skinnier as a woman when you're younger, and we like are so obsessed with youth, and especially youth within women, that it's an attempt to like hold on to that youth. But it's also like, as far as I am aware, like the shit that it does to your body.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh shit.
Oh, I had no idea.
Oh.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 20 gift subs. I'm an empty chair. Thank you. I wasn't scrolling for a second. Thank you so much. 20 gift subs. We'll love to see it. Thank you. One of my favorite podcasters of all time. I'm happy to hear it. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like the podcast. New podcast coming soon, just for you. Unless I mentioned it before, I can't remember. For the 20 gift sub reveal, I'm reading Liv Vianazzi's book, American Canto. I'm gonna do a book review. So you get a peek into the. Let me tell you, folks, it's not good. It's very bad. It's a very bad. But I'm excited because it's bad in a funny way. So yeah. Tracking calories is tricky for bodybuilding because it can definitely lend to eating disordered behavior. Sometimes people do it to know. I mean, the people who are like really extreme about it, it is like, it does help, I think. I don't know. It does, if you're like the very precise, like I'm sure it probably does help. For 99% of people, it's not necessary though. Broadly speaking, it's not necessary. To know all the really crazy, like, what is the calorie intake I need to be at a resting weight at however many pounds is like but eating disorders are like, people are getting so much worse about their body, like body images stuff is getting so much worse. It's crazy to see like the bodies of like, let's say, women that are in like the ancient Greek statues, but the ones where they're like, this is, even the early Roman period, it's like, this is the most beautiful woman I can think of. And it's like, really? I mean, she's beautiful, but like you think of the standard now and it's like, oh, things have changed so much. When you couldn't just like, yeah, I mean, a lot of it is like plastic surgery as well. It's plastic surgery, modern, like, work, breakthroughs in like understanding like workout science, for lack of a better term. I can't remember the specific. And then like I guess plastic surgery is face as well as body. Because there's an anecdote I had about like I saw about there's something like Jenny Craig, like those institutions, those companies, a lot of the money they get is because they have a monthly subscription service, and they make money through like people will sign up, you know, in January and then never go, and like they've had to change up their economic model. Is like a lot of them are losing money because like Zoomers sign up and then they go. Like more people, which again, like in abstractly, you could be like, oh, people are more healthy, and it's like, but not mentally. And also like that is another thing about like eating disorder behavior for a lot of bodybuilders, is like a lot of them like they exercise so much they eat like shit. It's they have to hit their macros in a certain way, and it's actually like really unhealthy. What is it like? They're getting very few carbs, I think. Like a lot of those influencers, it's not even necessarily dirty blocking stuff, although that as well. Maybe that is the like. There's a reason why a lot of them will sell, like those influencers will sell like hair growth serum stuff, and like gut bacteria stuff, because like the way that they're eating is like actually really fucking with the upkeep of their body. Even though you look at their body and it's like incredible, you know, it's like the standard even in the really unrealistic period we're in now, but they're not eating like healthy. Like it's really bad for them. It's like Adorno would have something to say about this. Like there's the Adorno aphorism about like the walk versus the stroll, that like and you can see this with how people count their steps. Like a stroll is no longer like useful because of the aesthetic enjoyment it gives you. It's like it must be explained, rationalized scientifically. This is objectively good for my health. That everything is kind of subservient to this scientific, objective empirical management. How can I increase my standing? Nothing is done for enjoyment, and that is the same with food. The hair growth medicine is fascinating. That's cool. It's because like it's 439% hair gain. Was there anything? I saw a tweet about that. Is there anything outside of the like? I think that's awesome. Because it's an anti-androgen, right? My understanding was like, there are some like minoxidil is very effective, but like you have to continually apply it, and it's not like a thing that'll like change your hairline. It just makes your hair fuller. Like it activates like dormant hair follicles. I don't know if this new one is the same as that. I don't think if a hair follicle dies, I don't think there's anything you can do to bring it back to life. Increases blood to the scalp. This new one is like finasteride, right? It's like non-oral finasteride. Because it's also topical. Minoxidil is topical, isn't it? Yes, the billionaire with the blood boy is the logical extreme of that, absolutely. Yeah, electrolysis kills yeah. Oh, finasteride. I thought ED was eating disorder, because that's what we were talking about. Of course it makes your... Because I guess it's an anti-androgen, but it's topical. Because I saw someone tweet about that, where it's like, there was all the discourse about like, oh, it increases your hair growth by 540%. And then someone was like, right-wing trad guy was like, oh, they found another hair growth serum, castrates you. It's like they always castrate you, which I don't think is like the case with this, because it's topical. Like it's only happening here. I'm surprised they haven't. I mean, I guess I guess it makes sense that I'm surprised they haven't like thought of. I mean, they probably have. It's just this one's the most impressive. What's a fuller bush? That's true. Maybe what's a fuller bush? Yeah. That would be difficult. No, it makes you think. The reason why, like, if you look at the hair growth, there's like a million of them of like, this one is super. The reason why you know that like minoxidil actually works is because they warn you, they're like, don't get it on anywhere you don't want hair. Like, presumably, if you have taken a hair growth serum and that isn't a warning on it, then it's not gonna fucking work. Like, it's not actually gonna be substantially different. Oh, Miracle Hair Growth would be Ozempic. That. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I don't think that they can like take back dormant hair follicles. Hobbit maxing by rubbing on your feet. Micro needling. That's like a blood circulation thing. Super daily for cats and dogs. Right, I heard that. That's fascinating. Viagra was discovered in attempts to reverse hair loss. That was another part of the discourse about like the hair serum. Is it like, it is clear that like,
okay,
oh, not even a show. Thank you.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Shout out to Not Even a Show. We love to see it. How do I do this? There's like a real shadow command now. We're talking about erectile dysfunction and hair growth. Because there was a tweet that someone tweeted about a new experimental hair growth serum that increased the hair growth by 540% or something. I'm not sure what the. I wonder what the. I don't know what the percentage there, how you calculate that, but it is interesting though that like someone was saying this on Twitter, and I think it's worth it. Everything in relation to that is so, it's oddly connected with gender, although I feel like it isn't necessarily. Like, I feel like women can also gain stuff from that. Although I guess hair loss is mainly a male thing, like a thing that mainly men are obsessed with. Hair loss is genetic. I believe male pattern baldness is genetic. But like the same thing with Viagra, where like there's only a certain amount of funds that you could put into this sort of research, and so like of course they're going to put research into things that typically affect males. It's so fascinating when you hear right-wing Twitter talk about science, because there's a tweet where it's like, normies think that there's only I saw a tweet, it was like, normies, which is kind of code for women now, which that's like a fascinating shift. You know what was crazy? I was outside like a bar in Vancouver. No, it was a club. It was after a show. And this guy was smoking a cigarette with his friend. And I heard that he was calling the people leaving the club, including like normies. It was like all these normies. It was like a drum and bass concert. And I was like, how did I hear the word normie in real life? And I don't like, what is it? Like liking drum and bass makes you a normie? Or is it a drum and bass show? It was in some like basement, because the average Vancouver show. I did he mean poser? Maybe. I was fascinated. I wanted to know more. It didn't sound like a person that I should interact with. Yeah, sorry, I just forgot about that memory. The crowd leaving a drum and bass show in Vancouver is not selling normies. That's what I would have also made that assessment, but it's fascinating. The normies have discovered normie. That's the only conclusion I can come to. That's probably why it can be aimed at women. I mean, at this point, that does feel, it feels oddly gendered. Like the male, especially right-wing male hatred of women, like encapsulates like all of their, like even like like anti-immigration racism. You see this on poll, is like they blame white women for voting for liberals, which is ironic, of course, because the majority of white women who voted for Trump. But they see it as like, they see it as the fault of feminism and the fault of progressivism, which is a woman thing. And they see it like that's where women are destroying society. Now you know what black people felt like when white folks started using woke. Yeah, no, absolutely. That would be fascinating if like the word normie transformed in the way that the word woke did. Although it's a bit different because it's more infuriating with woke because it's like black terminology. Performative has become doing anything while existing in a public space. Yeah. Performative, the phrase performative has like had such a strange shift. Like the idea, it's so fascinating that like, and I mean, I guess you see where this comes from, but it seems like it's like completely altered to be useless. And like the idea that like there was a certain way of presenting that is performative. Is stupid poll really matter? Yes, why the women in Germany are voting for the left. Is stupid poll, that stupid poll is like a word that you hear, and I'm like, I forgot that 2019. Are they still going? Stupid poll is so awesome. There was a time on left Twitter. Oh my god, it's like actually a subreddit still. That's so funny. Like anyone who's still obsessed with identity politics, it's like,
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
oh shit.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
Chibli, thank you for the raid. Chibli, thank you for the raid. Whenever I hear Chibli, I think of the trumpet. Chibli, I'm gonna do it, Chibli. Chibli. Chibli, I'm on the roof. Wow, thank you so much. We love to see it. I hope you had a good stream. Shout out to Chibli. If I have a VIP slot. I think they increased the amount. Yippee. Thank you, I'm glad. I think we were talking about how the word normie has now, for some reason, begin to signify like a thing that a woman likes. I guess because like right wing men's like hatred of women has like encapsulated all of their cultural grievances. My favorite one was that, remember it was that Australian like tech startup that just made like,
it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea.
Gymnasium,
Do
thank
whatever
you.
you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. There's also I'm doing one of the promo things where it's 35% off for 5 gift subs. So much appreciated. I got the 70-30 split on Twitch. We love to see it. But the mini and what was it again? They were just filming like a silly little video. 5-4 and an attitude, yeah. Which like, you know, that type of like professional woman, you see that a lot in Vancouver. I know many of them. They're a little bit annoying, but it's fine. Women are allowed to, millennial women in their 20s are allowed to be annoying, I think, is my opinion. Whereas men aren't allowed to be annoying. That's a hot take. What do we think, Chet? I think that they're not allowed to be annoying, but women, like we should be allowed to have something. Do you know what I mean? And that thing I think is being annoying. But the things you see conservatives post where it's like, this is why Trump happened. Like, I am willing to destroy society. I don't even care what the McDonald's price is anymore, because like people like women like this are not allowed to 5'4" and an attitude. I want to watch this again because it's such an innocuous video. And it became like they were so obsessed with it. 5'3" and an attitude. Gen Z boss and a mini. And a mini. It's like, it's been so reposted. You know when you see those like PNGs that have been like reposted again and again and again? It's like every single loss of quality in this video is one man who is like losing his fucking mind at this. Every single slight decrease in the quality of this like formerly high definition video represents a single misogynist. And a lot of it, honestly, with that one of the reasons why I think that really got people going was it's because it's like a woman who is working. I think people are very uncomfortable with the fact that women are allowed to work in the workplace. And also that they can have jobs that are better than you. Because there's also this idea that like the email job is kind of ideal because you don't really do anything. You get this like vulgar workerism that it's like, well, they're not contributing to society. And it's like, well, if someone's not going to contribute to society, it might as well be me. It's unfair that like a woman is able to do that. I'm going to be eating sushi. That is true. I had sushi yesterday. I love sushi. It's so good. Like, he was so right about that. One of the things about the women eating sushi thing is that, like, it's slightly biased because, like, Northern Ireland also lives in Vancouver. And, like, I mean, women in general be eating sushi, but women in Vancouver, oh boy, do they be eating sushi. Absolutely. Yes, the video of the oil rig, where it's like, what's harder than this? And it's like, yeah, it's because it's rugged. It's like doing something important. Which honestly, in my opinion, I think the women selling whatever, like makeup or a skincare product, maybe it's misogynistic of me to assume that the women in the startup were doing a skincare project. Maybe it's actually true and it's a piece of memory that I've stored in my head. It's really hard to say. I think they're contributing more than the oil worker, because the oil worker is destroying the planet. We could have, our society would be a much better place if we had less of the oil worker and more of the skincare tech startup. That's right. I know that's right. That's true. I've been saying truth nuke in real life too much now, so I've been trying to cut back because it's like, it's gonna slip. I'm gonna be talking to someone I know who's like properly normal. I'm gonna say like, that's a truth nuke, and they're gonna be like, what? And I'm gonna be like, never mind. Then I'm gonna feel bad. But the truth, just telling like the regular person I'm getting drinks with, like, that's a truth Dongfang ICBM missile. About, you know, like, it's probably not good. I just like saying truth. That's true. That's true. Telling a story about their ex-girlfriend. How she's lame. Fuck my chud life. That's a good one. Such a... Yeah, the vocal stems. I'm such a fat fucking chud is still one. I'm such a fat fucking chud. Like, I do that one a lot. That's like an emotional regulation one. Like, when I'm like sad, I'm like, I'm such a fat fucking chud. Lots of 6-7. I do think that 6-7 is like permanently ingrained in my skull now. Because I do like, this happened this stream and last stream as well. is that I was like, I just accidentally said 6 and then 7. Like today I was talking with string theory, and I was like, that's the one that thinks that there's like 6 or 7 spatial dimensions. And I swear to fucking God that was not on purpose. I swear to God. And that was a completely unconscious. It's like, you know, the David Blaine tricks or whatever, where he's like, what you know, what are you thinking of? And the guy's like, I'm a butt plug. And he's like, I know. And then he has like a butt plug under his seat. That's my image of David Blaine. Like someone has done that to me, like this like suggestion, but it's specifically 6-7. There's just everywhere I go, the mentalist has implanted the number 6 and then 7 right afterwards around me. Who's David Blaine? I feel like that's so interesting. I feel like the type of like the Chris Angel Mind Freak David Blaine stuff, it really fell off, didn't it? Like that type of you don't have a butt plug in, check it. It's like the cum one is classic. We've all seen the cum one, right? Where, you know, the fake David Blaine, he comes in his pants. And then he's like, and everyone's like, oh, gross. And then he's like, and then it's like, the guy, he's like, the cum comes out of his mouth. It's great. It's very funny. Do you guys remember that? That's all streaming is. It's just, do you remember that funny thing? A classic. I recognize all the words you're saying, but don't know how to form the mind image to understand. Who amongst us doesn't love forming a mind image? I'm forming a mind image of an apple right now. You know what's fucked? Like, I think that apple, you know, the diagram I'm thinking of, where it's like, what level of visual representation can you get at? I think that's fake. Like, I honestly could not tell you where I am on it. Does that just mean I have aphantasia? Like, I don't know what it means. Maybe this just means that I just can't picture things. It's this one. Like, I understand, I can picture colors. Like, I'm like, yes, this has a different color. But I don't know what it would mean to... Maybe I'm just like a 4 or something. Maybe I'm a 3. I'm a word cell. Maybe it's... All my brain is in words and not images. I'm a 10, thank you. I don't possibly know what it would mean to like. Maybe I just. I'm like, can I? This is such a difficult thing for me to comprehend. Of like, do I think in colors? Like I do. I think I do. I'm pretty sure I do, but I don't like. I don't know if I. This is what I'm saying. I don't know if I have it or not. Which is why I think that this is fake. I do have an internal monologue. I have a very strong internal monologue. Like it slows down the speed of my thoughts because I have to like which is good for being a word cell because it's good like I'm very experienced articulating. Sometimes I talk to people and they're like, I have no internal monologue at all, and it's sometimes hard to convert that. Like if you're trying to write about something. This is a questionnaire. I have not. Are we gonna find out that I have like a? This isn't a disability. But some people, it's like they have a difficulty. Like I feel like usually when I think of something, I'm turning it into words. What is my name? LivAgar. Do you have any of the following Oh, we're back. My computer pooped a second. Is that a brown bear? That's so silly. My thing is not working. Oh, here we go. We're taking it. Gosling, thank you. What's dyspraxia? I definitely got this one. What do we think, chat? We're thinking autism, right? I am a single language Andy for the most part. I was getting to a point where I was dreaming in French when I was like learning it. Let's just say I'm a special girl, yeah. But for the most part, do you perceive numbers, letters, or words in color? No. Not at all. Wait, do I have this? Oh no. No, I've never done that. Right? Like, I don't think so. I think of it very spatially. But yeah, I don't. No, I don't. Do certain sounds produce an odor? No. Am I taking the right test? Like in association. They're mostly wacky. No, I don't possibly. This is completely. What is this? What is this fucking like Dune, Harkonnen planet, a B-roll footage? What is going on? Do you, whenever you step outside, is it completely black and white? You may live on Gidi Prime. Do you feel physical sensations when watching someone get hurt? Sure. Yeah. Do you perceive colors or abstract shapes during every activity? No. Do you describe your unusual perceptions to other people? How you often explain how a color makes you feel? No. I can't say that colors make me feel. Does hearing music produce an experience of color for you? Am I taking the right test? Like, is this... No, this is synesthesia. I'm taking the wrong test. Aren't I? Or am I taking the... Like, this is the test for, like... Okay. Maybe I was testing myself for the wrong thing. I thought I was testing myself for not being able to picture stuff. Is it 2 Biden moments? Listen, I've been streaming for a while. I thought I was taking... Because I don't have... I certainly don't have that one. Let me tell you, chat. I don't have that one. If you could smell colors, it's synesthesia. It's aphantasia is the one I want, right? This is... We might as well... I mean, I know what it's going to tell me. I see numbers in a spatial landscape or pattern around the body. Yes, I do that. Yeah, I can't... is it cross-mixing of senses? Yeah, I don't think so. I can't... I'll just add a Biden moment. That was a... I've been streaming for a while. Probably, honestly, not that long. 5.5 hours is a long time. Also, again, I can't remember how long is it. It's an hour and a half left. I did the discount thingy, so you can 35% off 5 or more gift subs if you would like to contribute to the stream. It's much appreciated. Thank you for money.
I am gay.
Filter, thank you. Okay, visual. This is the one we wanted. Is can I see the apple properly? Imagine a relative or friend you see often. The exact contours of face, head, shoulders, and body. Maybe I can't fucking moderately clear and vivid. This is the problem. This is why I think this is fake, is because it's completely like... The problem with screeners for like do I have autism is it's hard to know what the metric they're asking you for is if you're not like clinical psychologist. But like with this one, it's only self-reporting. You can't possibly yeah, like what are the odds that it's someone describing the same thing with different words? Well, I mean, I guess the actual practical difference is that people do remember features better and then subsequently can describe them more. Characteristic poses of head, attitude of body. Nothing at all. I'm not imagining they're doing like a pose. The precise carriage length of step in walking. Oh, like if I imagine the pose of their head. I feel like this. Yeah, I feel like this is fake. The different colors of some familiar clothes. I can imagine shit too vividly. It's a problem. Interesting. Even the clinical ones. Is this one? I don't know. I probably have it. I've convinced myself that I have it, and I don't know how to picture things in my head. I think I'm a word cell, so it's fine. I just think in words. It's, you know what, it's like, look, I don't want to take this because I know what it's going to tell me, which is that I have autism. Guy who's really worried about being diagnosed with autism. It's not going to tell me I have autism at the end of this test, is it? It's like, no, it's completely unrelated. Okay, good, because I was just making sure. Because I don't have autism. A lot of shape rotators have trouble reading music. I'm fine reading music. That's interesting. You think visual spatialization makes it harder? I remember my visual spatial that's not what it's called. Visual spatial skills? Is that what it's called? I guess I don't really think that visually. I think visually sometimes when I'm reading a book, like a clinical, like an academic book, and there's this specific important concept that I read again and again, I'll be like, it's on the right side of the page in the middle. Like I'll be like, it kind of feels like it's around there. But for the most part, it's more like, I feel like certain months have like a feeling. I mean, that's a classic, you know, like Reddit tweet or whatever is like, I know that Wednesday feels like the number 47. But like, I feel like everyone does that. Maybe I should be taking this. Maybe I should be taking the BuzzFeed quiz. Because I do. I see, okay. If this diagnoses me with autism, I'm going to be very fucking pissed. I see numbers, days, etc. in a spatial landscape. I think, yes. I see it's like left to right. Like December is all the way on the right, and then it loops back around to like January, which is on the left, and it's like reading a but I don't understand. Your spatial ability is your ability to see and understand the relationship between shapes. I see numbers, days in. What does around the body mean? Like I'm like, my hand, that's such like a Wednesday limb to have. It's like one of those. Like, what is the body? I'm just gonna say frequently. Sounds cause colors that block your view of a screen. Oh my god. That's crazy. Never. That's never happened. What do you mean very? I feel like there are plenty of people out there who cannot do not have visual impairments because they hear sounds. Kinesthetically, what does that mean in this? I'm just gonna say another. I feel like I'm on fucking Geedy Prime and right now, dude. Like this is a thrall that's about to be sacrificed. For like a ritual. I confuse numbers and colors while doing sums or other calculations. I can't say that I do. I have a difficulty in the work environment because I see information with wrong colors. That's unintelligible to me as a concept. I experience pain. Yeah, sure. Like you can kind of feel yeah, sure. I have repetitive behavior such as fixed repetitive routines or inertia things. I got that one. Yeah, that might just be OCD. We might have a couple more colors around people. Does this count? Like, that is true as if I rub my eyes a lot. You know what I mean? Like, this is a visual representation. You know, you used to do that when you rub your eyes and then it makes cool patterns. This is probably why I need to fucking wear glasses. But like you rub your eyes for long enough when they're closed and they make these like crazy patterns. But I don't think do you know what I mean? Do you taste illicit colors or textures? No. Yeah, no, is this what it like? Is this like what it is to be like a neurotypical person, and like be taking an autism quiz? Where you're like, no, I don't do that. I don't. Do people do that? Like, is that the normal reaction to taking like one of the autism screeners? Just checking. Just curious. Strong interest in visual arts or music? Sure. I would say some. Does anyone actively dislike is crazy? I fucking hate art. It disgusts me. I would say some. Oh, fuck off. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. What if it's gonna, like, it's just gonna tell me I have autism. I'm good. I'm onto their ways. Oh, the Faded in the Park lineup. No, I think this is a spam. That's deeply disturbing that I'm getting spam messages and they're like so detailed that they know that I go to music concerts. That's concerning. Cuz I'm like, "Oh fuck. Oh, let me click this weird looking link to find out Faded in the Park is like a show that happens in Vancouver, I guess Surrey. It's like EDM usually. I said this before that like whoever, I keep getting spam emails or spam texts recently and they know I'm a white woman. Like they know. Like it's like, here's a fucking 30% off Bed Bath and Beyond. It's like you understand the target. Yeah, like Sephora, 30% off free Sephora. Yeah, they can tell wherever they got T-clocked. Absolutely. No, it's like 60% off. That's not true. What profile gets you tactical walking stick? I want to say transgender woman. Tactical gear, absolutely. Spatial sequence synesthesia. Consists of visualizing certain sequences in physical space. Is this really a thing though? It's crazy. Spatial synesthesia, abbreviated to SS. Is this a thing? Like, it's too woke? I feel like this is too woke for me. That we need like a term for this. Calendar synesthesia. Maybe it is. It's gonna describe something, and it's like, you guys don't do that. Has a visual perception of time in units such as days, months, hours, years, decades, or centuries. Well, I don't see it in front of me. I think that's the difference. Like, it's in my brain. Is that the difference? Like, I don't see things. I don't think so. I like imagine it. Like when I think of going through the month, it's like the 7th, so it's like further to the left. Like we're on like a, in my mind's eye, not in my ocular vision. What is that? Yeah, this is guys, this is not this is a Steam game. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. That's so stupid. Sorry. Sorry, that's so stupid. It's an involuntarily as a mental map. Okay, so that's what it means. Okay. It's terrible. It's 3 stars. It's English reviews mixed. It's washed. That's so I it is fake. Confirmed. I'm doing like the Gen Z version of like, I don't have autism. I just love trains and like Warhammer sets. I love Civil War reenactment ceramics. Because it feels like maybe I have synesthesia. Really makes you think. That was the other. What was the other cool one? Maybe I'll say I have this to seem interesting on like first dates. The other cool one is I am like heterochromatic. I have heterochromia. I don't think it works as an adjective. But it's like the inside, and BPD of course. The inside of my eye is blue and the outside is brown. And I used to be on the Wikipedia for it, but they found a better photo. If you search LivAgar Wikipedia, which here it is. Oh, it's gone. Well, never mind. It's not there anymore. They deleted it on the 6th of December. They deleted it. Wow, it's over. Here it is. For some reason, it's saved on the result. This is my eye. They found a better one. It's brown and blue, and it looks kind of green. Do they exist anymore? It's hard to say. You know, they say that, like, you die twice. First, when you actually die, and then second, when they remove the heterochromia, the image of your eye on the heterochromia wiki. I fucked up the punchline for that. It's Jover. It's completely Jover, folks. Also, I am looking for an editor for YouTube because I want to edit my stuff into YouTube to get reach. And I realized that just like tweeting it out on Twitter isn't good because like you need someone who like watches the streams. I will pay you real money. I love being a boss. Boss moves. But I think I could get I think that would be good. It would be good to have. So if you have fuck, I have to turn on my DM requests again. Probably. You can just DM me on Twitter. Direct message. I love being a boss. I don't think I'm gonna make money off YouTube for a while. I imagine the money isn't that good. Probably just like go to whatever. I think maybe that's probably just the move. Is like I'll pay you for a while when I stop making money, and then when it starts to make money, you can just have the proceedings of it. And if you want to make your own YouTube, you know, like someone was doing clip editing, Library of LivAgar. Oh, I don't think they are anymore, which fair enough. You can also just do that. I actively encourage you to make money off of my content on YouTube. Make sure you link it. So I get exposure. So I'm being paid in exposure. Stopped around a few months ago. It's over. And also, I did the promotion thingy. There's only so many of those I can do, I think. But for the next hour, 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. If you would like to, if you want to give me money, it's the most efficient context to do so. So it's much appreciated. Content, Kulak for LivAgar clips. We love to see it, folks. We love the wealthy freeholding peasants, don't we? Have to go to the Hasanabi compound for maximum exposure. You're right. It's like LA and New York are like the places in America where I'm like, I know people there. I might as well. I don't know. I don't know Hassan well enough, I think, to do that. That's the funniest. I have a private Twitter account with like very few people on it. And Hassan is one of the people who follows me. I think he requested a while ago, and I've just had it for a while. So he is one of, I don't know, 70 people that hear about my relationship struggles. I guess that's usually what I post. I don't think he looks at it. I don't think so, but it's not impossible. That was the, like, I posted on Twitter, it was like some meme from TikTok where it's like the TikTok trans women are different. Well, he's not muted. He will like a post on there if I mention him. So like sometimes I had one where I was like sleeping with this guy who knew Hassan. Like he was aware of Hassan, and I was joking about being like that. I know Hassan Piker, and he liked that one. That's very funny. I forgot about that. I'm sure he'd have you on for your show, maybe. I mean, that would obviously be cool. I'm too nonchalant for networking stuff. Like that was my understanding. Maybe I should have taken commerce in university instead of philosophy. Because my understanding is that like that's what they teach you, right? I'm a Stoic Omega. It's true. Like my understanding is they teach you like your basic timetables. Can I ask you something? Of course, Palma. And then also like this is what you do. This is how you have a business meeting. The Omegaverse quiz. What is this? This is awesome. Is this like whether you're an alpha or a beta? Is it like, okay, this is great. Omegaverse fan fiction. Wait, I don't know what, okay. What's your ideal partner? Independent, submissive, protective, funny. I feel like I would say assertive. I like people who are like, they know what they want and they're confident. And they're explicit about me being involved in their, in that. Where would you go on a first date? Movies are awful for a first date. My house is crazy. Bowling is crazy. What happened to drinks? This is like, this is so funny because it's like someone who has never went outside. The fact that drinks isn't one of these. That it's clubbing. I go clubbing on a first date. There's no drinks. There's no coffee. I mean, it's made by a high schooler. Yes, absolutely. I think the closest to it is movies and dinner. Like, you get dinner with someone. Do you in Kahoot with a group and your partner? Do you let them win? No, of course not. No, they need to be humbled a little bit. You ask someone on a date, do you pay? No. How do you spend your free time? What is it like? I spend my free time cooking, period. Hands-on activities, writing, drawing, anything artistic, reading fan fiction. Yeah, on AO3. Let's do. It's also funny that video games is not one of them. I'll do this one. I think this is probably the closest. The thing is I spend my time on a lot of things because I'm an adult. When you play open, and this is so cool as well. When you play open world games, how do you enjoy doing them? Because we all love playing fucking Terraria. You know what? I like pet collecting. I like that as an answer. I played Terraria like because I played Terraria when it like came out because I'm auntie. But like there's like classes to it now, and one of the classes is like you have pets, and I was like, this is you can choose multiple on this one. Okay. I like the exploring one. That's auntie. Flower picking. That's cute. I think those are. I like farming. Farming is cool. I was thinking of RuneScape. I like the farming skill. Best question ever. Well, we'll see about that, buddy. What is your favorite color? Natural colors, any cool color, jewel tones, pastels, neons. D. I think that I like. I feel like when I dress, especially in the fall, it's these like very earthy colors. It's like I dress very librarian coded. Yeah. I think I like these ones. Why don't your friends have a group chat excluding you? The real answer is you feel a little bit bad about it and then you don't talk about it. Speaking from high school experience, let it linger. Yeah, exactly. What website do you spend your most time? I like how I joked about AO3 and then it's here. I mean, it's obviously Twitter. I mean, just let's move on. Pick your ideal superpower. I feel like, you know, when people are like, immortality would be fucking terrible. I don't care. I'll take it. I don't give a shit. I don't want to think about the heat death of the universe, whatever. I'm sure that's gonna suck for me. But I feel like being a human being that could live for more than 100 years would allow you to do far more profound than fucking invisibility. I don't give a shit about invisibility. Do you platonically flirt with your friends? I'm kind of, you know what? I kind of stopped. It was kind of too much for me. I kind of stopped. Like, I got in a lot of like lesbian polytrauma this year, and I'm kind of done with it. I'm kind of done with it. It's too much. You need a separation. It's not good. How do you handle stress? I think it's probably crying. Who amongst... This is a long fucking quiz, bro. I think it's crying. I like crying. I was reading schlocky sci-fi, and there was a love dynamic, which Children of Time. Has anyone read Children of Time? The love dynamic between Holston and what's her name? Which is terrible. It's not the human, like, that guy doesn't know how to write people, I don't think. It really shows you how autistic that guy is. That like the more interesting characters are the like rapidly evolving mutant spiders, and then the human storylines are like, what's your role in a group project? I don't like to be in charge, but I feel like all the group projects I had in university, it was like I'm the one who does everything. Whatever needs to be done. God, that's a nightmare. I like both. I used to be mainly a dog person, but I've realized the value in cats because like they don't automatically like you in the way that dogs do. And like having to earn is like, it's like that. I see. It's called Children of Time. It's great schlocky sci-fi. You need to go out late at night to go to the store. It's pitch black and the streetlights are the only source of light. What do you do? Yeah, I'm buff as fuck. Get the I don't care. Vancouver isn't, and especially people talk about Vancouver like it's fucking like global South country with a dying state, like with no state capacity. It's fine. You're sitting in class and your teacher is being frustrating. How do you handle? Passive aggressive. What's your favorite emoticon? I really like the smiley. I will text. I advocate, like, I like texting this to people to show they, instead of like instead of an emoji. Oh, but I really like this guy though, because he's silly. What country would you move to? It's not no one's picking Romania, bro. I know that's where this guy's presumably from. Yeah, where's Serbia? What the fuck? I think the answer is probably France, if we're being honest. I'm so sad Serbia's not in the EU, because I could have an EU passport. What color is red? Math? I think it's red. You know, like the duotangs? Do you guys have that? Is that a Canadian? Like, I feel like it's always red. Who amongst us didn't have a red duotang for math? Is that a Canadian thing? Do you like Andrew Tate? I think people can do what they want. Smile. No, what type of clothes do you wear most often? Hoodies, loose fitting, very pastel, pretty clothes. Slutty as shit on God's green earth. I want to be the most fuckable bitch at the grocery store. Period. Period. Favorite trope. There was only one bed. Found family. Enemies to love. It's got to be anything toxic. It's enemies to lovers. I guess that's bully to lovers. Oh, I get to like, I don't know what this means. Let's just do those. We love. Which of the fanfics would you read based on the tags? Major character honestly, the answer is none of them. Strangers to lovers, tattoo, graphic depictions of violence, kidnapping, Stockholm syndrome, hurt, no comfort, suicidal ideations. I feel like you gotta go something dark. Tooth rotting fluff. What? I don't know what that means. You're walking through a public place and see someone beating up an innocent person. It's just you three there at the moment, and the attacker looks more muscular than you. Join in, the beta cuck probably deserved it. True. I tried telling off the attacker and what this is probably the actual answer to that. This is made by someone. Actually, do I want to be mean to Romanians? Never mind. What do you do if you're sick and having a prior engagement? I don't want to beef with the great nation of Romania. What do you do if you're sick and you have a prior engagement? I call it off. Aren't these the same thing? I stay home and reschedule. That's calling it off. Someone is yelling at you for something you didn't do. How do you reply? I start crying. That's probably the real answer. You're on the internet and have someone manage to get yourself into an argument about something. You come in to realize you're clearly wrong about. You gotta block them, bro. You gotta block them. No, the delete your comment. I do like deleting my tweets, so I think that is probably. Of course, I've never. I was gonna say I've never realized I'm wrong, which is such a funny way of putting it. What's your feeling? He's a massive comedy is legal now on Twitter. True. Your friends come out to you. How do you respond? I'm gay or not a competition. What like this is such an awesome quiz. This is like this radiates such like an anxious like Tumblr teen energy to it. Like this is like if someone grooms someone on Discord, they're speaking this language. Do you know what I mean? Yes, it's very band kid who plays like the Soviet anthem during class. What's your favorite genre of television or book? Probably sci-fi. Well, it's like fantasy sci-fi. I think fantasy, honestly. If you were stranded on an island and can only bring one thing. Yeah, probably your phone. I feel like that's probably the good answer. You still find a dead body. Panic, hide the body myself. I mean, you probably just. What aesthetic? Dark academia. That one was so Reddit. I love when people. Void punk glitch core. Grow core / gremlin core. I like that. It's like the only word here that's specified or defined is monochromatic. Like, yeah, no, grow core, sure, totally. I know what that means. Yeah, you don't need to explain that at all. Cyberpunk, kawaii. I mean, I feel like I'm probably. Let's do Dark Academia. I like that one because it's not real. What are you most afraid of? Spiders, heights, a specific person, the law. I feel like we're. I like a specific person. That's a cool. Spiders, clowns, betrayal, rejection. Death and its inevitability. That's a good one. I saw a good TikTok about that. The guy's like, have you seen this TikTok chat where it's like, it's cool that when people get like a memento mori tattoo, it's like remember death. It's like I don't need to do that. There's not a moment where I'm not thinking about the fact that we all die. What time of day do I like the most? I feel like the evening is good. Because it's not too late. I used to like too late when I had a bad sleep schedule. Honestly, you know what? I'm starting to become a morning person. But it's really like an ego thing. I just like feel so good about myself when I'm up at like 8 in the morning. Like I go on a run, have breakfast. I'm like, I have the whole day ahead of me. I will now scroll for 2 hours. But like before I start the scrolling, it feels good. You've invited to a potluck. A dessert. Probably just a side dish. The embarrassing answer is chips. But I'll say I'm bringing a side dish. At the whiteboard in a whiteboard market, what is the first thing you draw? Among Us. One of your friends, I can't say that I can't say that any of my friends have an OC. The term OC is so interesting to me. Penis. Test your best group chat right now. I'm serious. Ask them if you're a cat girl or a dog girl. I know what the answer is, bro. Let's not. Like, let's save me the embarrassment. I like this one. Sometimes I do slip into that, like, Sanrio, I'm just a girl. This is beast. This is beast, dude. Ooh, now it's Mikey's turn to ask you a question. He. It is really like, the only thing I can think of with this way of speaking is like you're just about to get groomed if you see someone who's talking to you like this. Ask the reader a question. Wait, why? Vincent, back off, Mike. Author Chan is mine. Jeff the Killer, classic. Jeff the Killer is a classic. Girl, Author Chan. I don't mind. Oh my god, yes, bestie, I love you. Chat is frozen. Is this because chat is frozen because people are saying shit and it's not showing up? Or is this because no one has anything to say about whatever the fuck that was? How are you feeling right now? I'm excited to know my result. How do you snore based on vibes? What do you think, chat? I feel like I'm a honk shoe. No, I'm a me. 8 a.m. is a morning person to me. Oh, it literally failed. Oh, the chat literally fucking failed. That's so beast. It's Twitch. Like, Twitch just broke for a second. I think I'm a store community individual. When in public reading smut, can you keep your face in passive? I don't read fan fiction in public. What fan fiction site do you want to read on? Let's just say Twitter. What's your favorite animal? I think it's dinosaurs. No, I'm a submissive omega. No, you're the second weakest link. Fuck. No, bro. I'm not even like a regular omega. In short, you are mentally ill and transgender. This is worse than it's so fucked up that I was joking about being diagnosed with autism in a quiz, and it's even worse. It's an even worse fucking read. I feel like I ignored all of the cringe. That's fucking crazy, bro. I can't believe that I somehow managed to get diagnosed with autism in one of these quizzes. Never work with kids. You cannot be trusted around kids. What? You are a fucking groomer. And you should also you cannot be trusted around conservative students. You are going to fail them for no reason. Wow, that's awesome. I'm most compatible with the flirty beta. My chat is just broken, bro. With the flirty beta, a dominant alpha, a soft alpha, and a protective beta. Well, that's great to hear. I assume that the chat is broken again, and that all of you have plenty of very interesting things to say about the quiz diagnosing me as a submissive transgender omega. Omega's the lowest one, right? I guess I'm on my own. I have to Google it myself. This is so weird. I feel like a peasant. I actually have to look up things myself. I was saying this before, that being a Twitch streamer for a sec is kind of like being having a royal court. Like you can ask someone to look up something for you. It sometimes when it feels like being in a royal court and just asking your squire basic questions. Like, squire, asking like your jester, you know, like when was the 6'7" meme invented? And instead of having to Google it, I can just ask you people. Wow, this is. I feel alone. I feel lonely. Maybe if I refresh. This is it. It feels like doing stand up in the context, in like a context where you're not getting anything at all. That is the equivalent of having no chat. Because I was saying before, like it's very different to be in a room of 700 people talking compared to like, yeah, we're like, so compared to like a Twitch chat, even though technically it's this like the same amount of people theoretically listening to you. But now it feels like it's just, I'm like the Joker. Do you know what I mean? During the stand-up thing, there's just nothing. I see why he killed all those people. Did I tell you all I watched Taxi Driver recently? I probably have, because I love repeating things when I don't remember. I love repeating stories and not remembering it. Because everyone like always said, I remember watching The Joker when it came out, and everyone was like, oh, it's like Taxi Driver, and it kind of isn't. Like, not as like the Joker is the unwoke version of Taxi Driver, because I did not expect spoilers for that film. It's the You Talking to Me film for the Zoomers. He's actually woke as fuck. Like he was going to stalk a woman that like didn't like him because he took her to a porno movie theater on a date, and he was like gonna like I guess kill her presumably, and then he was like, you know what, I'm gonna do healthy masculinity, and instead it's like I'm gonna kill a bunch of like pedophile pimps, and then society is just like, that's actually fine. And he doesn't like he doesn't die in the rampage where he's killing these evil pedophiles, and then like he's just not charged for their murder. Like, you're just allowed to do that in New York in the 70s. You just like kill someone. They're like, great. I mean, they were evil, so we're happy to see it. Just not there's crickets, man. Tough crowd today. How am I supposed to know whether the jokes I'm saying are funny or not if I don't have anyone to +2 me? I'm all alone. It doesn't let me chat either. Wow. I can't even. Wow. There we go. -2 is the first chat. It's a -2. Well, thank you. Thank you for reinforcing. I feel a lot better now that I know the thing I said wasn't funny. That's much appreciated. That was the only thing. See, I understand, like, I couldn't be a stand-up comic. Because, like, I'm gonna be honest, if I did a stand-up set and just there was nothing, I would just go home and kill myself. Like, I could not deal with that. I can't, like, you have to be such a sick human being to be like, had a bad set, get him next time. There has to be something deeply wrong with you, I think. And I feel like when we talk about stand-up comics, we don't think about this component of them. Of like, what a sick human being you have to be like be a successful stand-up, to like run through the ranks, go through the motion or whatever. And it's back. Is chat back? We're back. -2 test. We're back. Finally, my attention. Yes, chat. Thank you. Oh, beautiful. Did I like Taxi Driver? I honestly, I didn't like it as much as I thought I would. It's very interesting. I assume it's a statewide issue. I mean, clearly it's not on my end. Sometimes I have technical issues with Twitch, and I wonder if it's on my end. This one, surely not. Yeah, mods ban him. It's like guard sees him. Mods, twist that guy's testicles. Give that guy testicular torsion. Mods, throw him in a dungeon for 10,000 years. Yeah, okay, it's everywhere. That's good. Average Twitch chat. Yes, Kings of Comedy is a great movie. I remember really enjoying that. I love the twist of that. I love the twist. I watched it a little bit while ago. I like Kings of Comedy. That one was funny. That he's not like actually an awful comic. He's just like fine. I think that makes it so funny. Sorry to spoil that as well. Yeah, no, Joker is more related to that, I guess. I guess you're right. I did forget the bit in the Joker where he is like a victim of systemic issues. Systemic. That's like I always have trouble with like economics. Like pronouncing that. I want to say economics. I don't know why. Economical. Econ. Mods. Milk is prostate. W Omega Joker Mpreg. Exactly. Anyway. What else has been going on? 35% off for 5 more gift subs. 45 minutes left on that. I turned it on before. If you would like to give me money, this is the most efficient way of doing it. Did I say this before? I feel like I get like, I was gonna say a lot, but like in a certain sense, one of these is a lot. Do you know what I mean?
I am gay.
Jesse, thank you. Like I get a lot by the standard of people in my DMs being like, what was the one recently? It's like, please goddess, let me be your wallet or whatever. And I don't think that they actually think that. I think it's a lie for attention for most of the time. This is my theory. I've never actually responded to one. But I think the memes about pay pigs being such easy money, like they understand, they want attention from a woman, and like because like you can give me money. Is that sound alert Harvey Milk? No, it is actually former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. But I can see why you would mix the two up.
I am gay.
Time Squid, thank you. It's never free money. Not Harvey. No, nothing is for free, especially when men are giving you money. It's never for free. Luka went 31 points, 11 assists, 15 rebounds. That's my goat. No one talks about how Luka is also Serbian. Luka is as Serbian as I am. His dad is Serbian, I believe. That's really why he's good at basketball. Serbian excellence. I'm gonna assume whenever no one is chatting, it's because it's Twitch's fault. Another thing is I don't have Cash App because those are all like American. Stay broken chat, exactly. I thought I was Turk. Yeah, it's hard to say whether those are different. It really makes you think. According to Turkish Twitter, I'm Turkish. I think I'm assigned Turkish by Hassan Piker. I think like it's not like your parents or the nation you're born in or whatever. Your 21andMe results that decide whether you're Turkish or not. It's Hassan Piker. Turkish at birth. Knighted as Turkish by Hassan. That is actually true. That is true. "24 in me when I turn one in." True. Period. I honestly I feel like I haven't actually watched that much Germa, but I feel like I watched Northern Lion. I think it's the same thing. Northern Lion is like Germa if he was bald and not gay. Germa isn't gay, is he? I feel like even if he's not gay, he's gay. Bison, thank you. Like, Germa's culturally gay. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying, chat? There's a hype train coming if you'd like to subscribe. Again, 5 subs or more are 35% off or something like that. I'm so bad at selling things. Just imagining me at a car dealership. It's like, yeah, it goes pretty fast. It's like how fast, I don't know, it's probably more than you would ever need. What are the features? Squigs, thank you for the Prime. It's got features. It's got a lot of features. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the intro music. This is more than 20 miles an hour. Alright, if you'd like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. Like the little lizard. 35% off. Great deal. You don't get anything more for giving me that, but you get more in satisfaction knowing that more of your money goes to me than it goes to Twitch, typically. I think, especially now that I'm up to the better 70-30 split. I can't believe that fucking quiz called me transgender. I mean, they're not wrong. It's just rude. That's so fucking rude. I feel like I didn't even respond in a transgender way. Do you know what I mean? Which one of those? Okay, the 3 as my favorite emote. That one. Sure. Fair enough. I feel like none of the other ones were especially stereotypical. I guess I said I wanted an assertive partner. I got clocked by an AO3 teenager. Dog girl? Oh, yeah. True. Esther, thank you. Anyways. I gotta pay for it. The Tribune has such good YouTube videos. It's like Roman history, but it's woke. YouTube AI slop in the future of history. But it's a members only thing. The casually explained his sound clock is very funny. You took it and also said you were mentally ill and transgender. I like Ghibli. We love to see it. Show it to Ghibli. Ghibli. I can't own the only thing I immediately think of every time I hear Ghibli. Ghibli. I'm on the edge. I'm gonna jump off a cliff. I'm gonna do it, Ghibli. It's so funny. They're surrounding the bunker, Chibli. Now I can fill out the Chibli census. Let's go. Is that one of the... Chibli, I feel like a plastic bag. Anyway, Hive Train, a minute left. If you would like to give me money, it's much appreciated. I've been streaming for a long time. You should reward me for streaming for longer if you want me to do it more often. It's also 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. I think we did do a census. We did a census with the Discord, which you can follow, by the way, if you ping you when I go live. Discord, you just lost LivAgar. I honestly, when I heard Omegaverse, I thought it was gonna be like an alpha male quiz, but I realized that they've like AO3ified the like alpha, which I knew already. I already knew that they had done that because I see the memes about it. I have a headache today. I think it's been a pressure change. Agar? I mean, it's a fake word, but I say agar. So I guess that's all that matters.
defend women's rights.
That's
you know, it
true.
does help people
That's
having
true.
a president who will name people to courts for every level of this country that defend Roe versus Wade. You know, it does help people
Here we
having
go,
a
I found
president
it.
who believes in increasing welfare.
I found it. Let me I have to double. Okay. Oh man, I look so different. This is crazy. Anyway.
To answer your first question, my favorite influencer right now is Hassan Piker. Firstly, because of the perspective he brings as a result of the lived experience he has being a Muslim person of color. He shows principle because despite having like a lot of differences with Joe Biden, he still demonstrates the ability to disrupt spaces and amplify the voices of those with the lived experience of marginalization by keeping Trump out of office. He also emphasizes that we can have our cake and eat it too. With the enrichment of an intersectional analysis of civility and bipartisanship, as well as unity and justice. Through his up-and-coming political Twitch stream, he shifts paradigms in new media. As an experienced journalist from the Young Turks, he brings his media skills
like from the Young
to the Twitch platform to disrupt and agitate the status quo and create new narratives on the platform. To your second question, when I think of the necessary adjustments that an organizational activist platform like Juve must make to generate a multitude of diverse voices, adjusted spaces for marginalized lived experiences, and authenticity and equality in the cooperative workplace, I think of hiring platforms. I think that to improve Juve's mission...
This worked. This worked, by the way. This worked. This gave me the second round.
I think that those with the lived experience that exist outside of the bounds of cis-normative and heteronormative paradigms deserve amplifying. And I'd also like to say, to finish this video, with my favorite quote by George Wilhelm Fred Hegel, which influences all of my activist work, and if Juve hires me, will influence my work there, which is to say, quote, "Genuine tragedies in the world are not conflicts between right and wrong. They are conflicts of two rights."
True. Oh, that was 5 years ago. Oh man. Wow, that's a different fucking universe. Remember people were mad about Bernie Bros? Oh man. It's so much worse now. It's so much worse. It's so much worse than like constant Chapo Trapos discourse. Here's a clip of Hassan watching it. Sure, fuck it. No, I mean,
He brings
This
as
is
a
Liv
result of
posting.
oh, it's speech.
No,
I love
I'm
her.
kidding. She's not a lib. She's an anarchist though.
That's not true. I've never been. That's not
close
true.
enough.
You love your little jokes.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's also libelous. I will be seeing you in court.
the lived experience he has being a Muslim.
I don't want to watch it again. it's I'm not. It's too many React layers. You can watch that if you want to. That was such a stupid. It's so funny looking back on like that political climate, like the Ziad the activist getting bullied. It's like it was such a stupid political climate, but it's like in a way of like that was really fundamentally different than ours. But it really was so much less stupid. Is different Hassan.
Not gonna reveal a gender or anything, so I'm using non-binary.
Yes, this is Hassan being on my private
terms here.
Sure. Let's watch
on that
it.
private account, they post some of the gnarliest trans TikTok memes. Okay, they are trans themselves, and they follow some of the wildest shit. I've learned so much.
It's like it immediately clocked.
I've learned so much
immediately clocked
about trans talk, trans TikTok.
Yeah, no, Hassan had to learn what the phrase trap juice means.
That I should not have known. Okay? Yeah, it's Ludwig. And it's
Oh man, what a throwback. What does trap juice mean? Don't worry about it. I feel like there's only one thing that trap juice can mean. And it's that. Like you're like, it doesn't mean that. We got are you my librarian, degrowth? Sure, let's go down memory lane.
they talk about explaining trap juice to you on their. Okay, if it's okay, if she posted it, then yeah.
Whenever a cis person encounters a phrase like trap juice, they have to take like a 20-sided dice roll for their sanity.
When I come into, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Oh man, the internet. I love my digital footprint, bro. I'm never getting a real job. It's just over. It's over for me. It's over. It's completely over for me. Oh, everything. Anyway. Sunlocked. I'm sunlocked, chat. There's 23 minutes left if you 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. The most efficient way of giving me money. If you would like to give me money with Amazon taking the least amount. Find me from the clip. It's a real throwback. Adrian, it's a real throwback. Where's your footprint? I guess you're right. The footprint doesn't matter anymore. That was the thing I was realizing because I got into like new media stuff really early, relatively speaking. Like Twitch stream and podcasting, like right before the kind of. And you look at there's a bunch of old media people.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Yippee! Thank you.
I had no idea.
For
Do
25
whatever you
subs,
want
thank you
all
so
the
much.
time.
Thank you so much. We love to see it. We love to see it. Adrian is online. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. What was I saying? I can't remember. See, it's a perfect time, folks. 80 gift subs in the channel. Thank you so much. What was I talking about? I can't remember. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, like all these old media people are like just getting into it now. You know, like Ryan Lizza is like exposing relationship drama with Nuzzy, Lizza. Like to get more clicks on he's basically detailing these very specific ways in which he got cucked by like a 70-year-old senator. You know, like I don't know if part 3 is out. I assume it is. In order to get clicks on his fucking Substack, like newsletter, like they're all just like switching. Like everyone has realized that as the money's more squeezed, it's harder to get, especially paid doing words and saying things like that. Those are the ways. That is the way of doing it. It's much more direct. You don't have to go through these bigger institutions that will take like a much bigger cut, even if you get way more like exposure, or it gets put to way more people. Everything is computer. Let me be clear. Everything computer. Let me be clear. Tim Walls, and he said he calls him the R word, but I don't want to say the R word. Oh yeah, did we watch that? The Olivia Nuzzy stuff. It's so cool. She does this interview. We have to watch this. It's so. I was talking about this with an oomph. Cause she got like, yeah. Here we go.
You said you helped him, right, during the campaign.
Which, by the way, I didn't realize that she was a clocky cis woman, which is obviously why people hate her.
And
I write about it. I write about.
As a clocky cis woman myself, they want to keep us down.
Yeah, I write about what I did wrong. Yeah.
And it's like once you've done that, like you didn't, they're like.
The context of this is Olivia Nuzzi is the person who slept with RFK Jr. And she was a journalist, kind of. So she's trying to make a comeback. But she wrote a piece on RFK, and so she cheated on her fiance.
You cease to have become like a journalistic actor, and like you're.
Well, I lost
engaging
my
with
job, right? I was fired.
Right.
I was fired, and I was in hiding, and I was afraid.
Scared? Were you scared? Yeah.
I was terrified.
Of
Yeah.
what?
I mean, I write in the book about, I was terrified of.
Most pathetic thing is she didn't actually sleep with him. I mean, I feel like they're just lying.
The man I did not marry, and I was very worried about people knowing where I was, and
I'm
we
sorry.
pause this? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we can pause it.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's like, there's something deeply wrong.
I'm
like,
sorry.
she's alting. That is the thing about white women. I will say this, unfortunately, this is unfortunately true for me too, because I'm very sensitive and I do cry a lot. Is like, that is your alt. As another blonde white woman, it really is like you. It's really alting. I love the concept of alting. White women too. That's the problem, is being a white woman now, and people perceiving me with a certain like privilege related to that is like trying not to do white women tears. Because that's like evil, obviously, but I do cry very easily. There's a clip of Baked Alaska giving her shit. How is that a possible? I mean, I guess that makes sense. That's the biggest, because that's the thing that people do that is really annoying. Like sensitive people, not me though, obviously. I would never do this. It's like you're in some sort of discussion that is emotionally kind of a lot, and then like it's a person who's in the wrong, but they're upset that they're in the wrong, so they cry, and then you're comforting them, and it's like, you are the one. Why am I comforting you? Like, you did, like, you're upset because you did something. Overman and Liza playing on her makes me feel a bit differently. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Her dad was like in the mob or something, wasn't he? Yeah, the jailbait, trying to like break out as like a hit singer or whatever. And then oh, we gotta change. Oh, it's glitched. There we go. And being as a 16-year-old and then having a song about being jailbait. My flashbacks from my ex comforting them for shitty behavior. It is one interesting thing about like manipulators. They don't tell you this, and they really should. It's like a lot of people who are really shitty and emotionally manipulative aren't even necessarily consciously doing it. I feel like this is like where it's like they are actually really sensitive, and they would just prefer if you didn't do a thing, but they are not thinking about what saying, like what a reasonable expectation is, and what saying or articulating a thing in a specific context would make you feel pressured, let's say, to do. Because you can be like, oh well, they're so sensitive and they care so much, and like they just want me to do this. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter if you feel, even if like you feel they have good intentions. It's most people who are like that. Yeah, people where it's like, I'm actually so suicidal about the fact that you don't want to date me. I mean, that example. I was trying to think of example like that one's pretty overtly manipulative, actually. It's hard to tell when you're being manipulated too, because you can feel like someone is being honest with you. That's the white male, absolutely. Soulful loser bisexual male. It's like a specific type of really evil, like Vancouver white guy, where it's like all of the people he's dated in the past are like trans women and Asian women. And he's like theoretically bisexual, but like not. Well, I guess that would never be biphobic to say, but this is if you live in Vancouver, you understand.
I'm gay.
Caitlin, thank you. That's a classic. You know, they're so sensitive. So on my stream, are we okay? We're never okay. I usually stream long on Sundays because Hassan isn't live, so I get more viewers. And I had my discount that I've activated. 13 more minutes for 35% off, 5 or more. Lawrul is bisexual. You bet he is. You bet he is. Yeah. But it's the same. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna do fake bisexual overruled discourse. Oh man, that's a name I don't like hearing. Anyway. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. And there's certain things I feel like I can't talk about for the sake of people's privacy. But a lot of women were talking. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, that one was worse than I thought it was. I mean, yeah. I mean, it is my business, unfortunately. I don't know. He wasn't especially evil to me, but I saw there was some other stuff from other people. Was no mistake. I didn't know. So yeah, he was one of those like polyamorous question mark. Because I know that like people have pretended to be polyamorous to cheat on their partner with me before. Like there's in certain instances where I'm like, oh yeah, like there was one guy I was sleeping with, who like he didn't save my number and he deleted all my texts with him, so like it would only show up as like the number and then it's a new. Because I would schedule something with him. Hasmaj is crazy. Wow, you have sex. That's so I would schedule something with him and then he would be like, what was the date we were doing again? Like right after. And it's like, you're deleting our conversations. Because it's right there. I see it. It's right above your text bubble. And then I think his partner found his phone because I texted him. I'm like, hey, it's Liv. Like, what are we? And then he was like, who is this? How did you get this number?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea.
Zen
Do whatever
Cyclist,
you
thank
want
you.
all the time.
Thank you for the 10 gift subs. We love to see it. Thank you. You're using the buzzer beater because 9 minutes left on the discount. Thank you. We love to see it. He did not claim to have ADHD. No, this guy was like too normal, if that makes sense. Cisgender heterosexual men love cheating on their wives with transgender women. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. They're just like, fuck, I have to cheat on my wife with a trans woman. J.K. Rowling's husband, true. That's true. That would make like a good tweet. Like, here's my impression. It only works as a tweet of a 45-year-old heterosexual. I spelled sexual wrong. Of like, fuck. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, fuck. Like, only really works through text. I'm still online. I was thinking about posting. Yeah, I think less Ks. I think you're right. Please, yes, thank you. Follow me. I appreciate it. And join the Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Anyway. I don't know. I think that's I was gonna stay live for the discount, but it's pretty much over. I will see you all on Tuesday. I need to eat dinner because I'm hungry. I'm a hungry guy. I always say that because that's my parents will say that to my dog when they're feeding him. It's like, are you a hungry guy? When he loses his mind. So now I think that to myself. And apparently say it out loud, which is not good. This is like the equivalent of the like telling a normal guy who doesn't know what Twitch means on a date that what they said about their ex-girlfriend was a truth Dongfeng intercontinental ballistic missile. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like shouldn't. But anyway, follow Discord. I'll be broken. Shout out to Chibli for rating me. That's really cool. It's cool when a cool person that I didn't know knows I exist. Knows that I exist. You know. So that's cool. Shout out to Chibli. We love to see it. What am I saying? I don't fucking know, bro. Anyways, I'll see you all on Tuesday. The stream Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday at noon, unless I'm feeling depressed and overwhelmed. In which case. But anyway.